So good evening everyone. So today we are doing which topic? Environment and disaster management this week. Today's schedule was for geography. Our faculty is in hospital. So maybe by next week he will be okay. So next we will do geography. Geography I cannot do, so we will manage this week with environment and disaster management. So written test, all. Come this side if you cannot see, come this side. So how's it? Not happy? What was the issue? Content was less. What else? आज रिजल्ट came. क्या देख रहा है? So किसी को मिला? क्या status है? We were having some students, right? Who were written mains, Ronak and all. What is status? You know? No idea. Anyway, how was paper? Tell me. Which one? Nuclear energy. First and fourth question. What else? Two questions were very easy, nuclear and solar. Anyone can do. Rest two question, it was really big deal that time. Glasgow summit. Right now also it's still important, but yeah, that much relevance, specific question you cannot expect next year. Anything else? How many you have written? 3. Which one you left? Fourth one. Why? Could have guessed, right? How many of you can this much guess that Green Grid initiative is same as? That much you know, all. Then you should have guessed. Somehow you can relate with things. And what question is asking? Question is not, it is asking purpose and all these things. Purpose will be anyway same as you can guess of. Anything else? You just came now, you haven't written. So let's go ahead. Okay, this is our first question. We'll do the same process. What you are doing all these days. Describe the major outcomes of 26th COP of UNFCCC. What are the commitments made by India in this conference? So, what are different parts? Tell me. It's very difficult to break down. How many divisions you have done? Tell me first. Outcomes of? What next? India's commitments. What else? You included a way forward. Anyone written anything else? क्या? Outcomes को? How you categorized? Mitigation? Or? What else? Mitigation is one part. What else? issues, adaptation you can do. What is difference between these two? Climate mitigation and climate adaptation?
Mitigation is to mitigate the challenges.
Mitigation is mitigate.
Get acquainted, like to be in sync with what is happening.
Mitigation means? Before and after. Which one is before?
Mitigate is before.
Both are before. Mitigation means we are trying to stop climate change itself. We don't want climate change. So we'll try to reduce impact. All these 1.5 degree global warming should be less than that. All this comes under mitigation effect. Adaptation means what?
We are changing ourselves to prepare.
Anyway, climate change is happening. We'll do such things to reduce the damage, to reduce the impact, all these kind of things. One example side of this? Yeah, resilience initiative, disaster related. This small island state, what they are claiming? Anyone go through COP27? Even here we told, right, to make one, maybe you will not get questions like this. COP26 was little very big issue, big matter. So that's why direct question came. COP27 not that big, so direct question may not come, but still it can be used in many answers. So have you gone through it? Have you made half page note or 5-6 points regarding it? That you can do anyway. At least 3-4 points keep in hand. If somebody asks 3 points, if you have, you can manage the answer. So what is island states issue? What they are demanding?
Funds. They are demanding funds for.
What is their objective? Mitigation or adaptation? Both. Mainly adaptation. They are like.
They are asking for migration laws.
Yes. One major controversy in COP27 was fund regarding loss and damage. Who are asking for this fund? Island nations. They are the first one who is going to be impacted. An example island nation? Seychelles, Maldives, all these countries. Caribbean. Sri Lanka is little big. Smaller one will be first impacted. Maldives like these ones. So they are asking for loss and damage fund. And who is opposing it? Developed countries, US and all these. And why US is opposing? What is the base for asking this such a fund or such a money from other nations? Say. Climate justice, historical responsibility. Developed countries are the major one who polluted the atmosphere. They are responsible more for the climate, whatever climate change is happening. And these island nations are anyway not at all responsible for this. But they are taking the grunt of it. So they are asking for fund. And US and other countries were opposing this fund for a long time. But in COP27, this fund has been materialized to some extent. Even though it may not be a grand fund, but some steps has been taken in this regard. What else was other major issue in COP27? There was one issue regarding India. That is COP26. In COP26, we discussed it somewhere. China, India, some of these countries. Earlier the perspective was phase out of coal. Now slowly diluted it to phase down of coal. That is it happened in COP26. And there were a lot of criticism against it. But when it came to 27, what happened? India proposed one thing. Why just coal? Why just coal? There are other petroleum products, crude oil, all this, diesel, petrol, natural gas, all this. Why just phase out or phase down of coal? So India's claim was not just phase out, phase down of coal, phase down of everything, petroleum products. And who supported India? EU supported India. EU was one country which opposed all the developed countries. That was usually, it doesn't see all these guys are together, but EU supported India's claim, but all other countries stonewalled it and nothing in now outcome happened. But this was one big controversy during COP27. Got the idea? Phase down of coal into from there, phase down of all petroleum products. Anything else? Anything interesting regarding COP27 you remember?
Developed countries agree to $100 billion.
Climate finance, $100 billion. That agreement came in 2010. It's very old now. In 2010 it was agreed. By 2020, per year $100 billion will be mobilized from developed countries to developing countries for climate mitigation, all these efforts. But anyway, it doesn't happen. And India was everyone saying we need some mechanism XYZ to implement this. It's still not happening. Hua nahi means talk to hua, but काम तो हुआ नहीं. Some steps have been taken, some improvement, some exaggeration of funds, like $250 billion by 2040. Next target is coming, but in process nothing credible has happened. Anything else? We'll see, I have one slide for it. So how you address this question? India will be demanding, that's all. Process. How you address this question? Back to COP26. Very much factual. It's very difficult to exactly fit any thinking process. That you can add. A question came in this year also. Remember? Economy may think. There is one target, it is 500 gigawatt renewable energy by which year? 2030. So there was a question I think this year, 2022 May, is it India going to achieve or not? India had one target before this. What was that? 450. Before that? 175 gigawatt by 22 this year. What is status? Actually, was not having large hydro projects when it was set. Without large hydro, where are we? 140. Something like 115, 120 gigawatt, around this figure we are today. Without large hydro. Now we include large hydro also, it will become 160 something, 160 plus gigawatt. So anyway, somewhere we have reached somewhere. It's not like if you look at the last 5-year growth, it's tremendous. And from that basis, you can say we may reach the 500 also. It may look very ambitious, but considering how solar are growing last 4 or 5 years, it's not totally out of reach.
That would also depend on energy demand.
Depend on so many factors. This is hydrogen is, what is hydrogen? Green hydrogen, all these. Actually, no question came from green hydrogen. This year also no question, right? From which part? Economy part? In environment, I don't see. Green hydrogen is some topic you should prepare. Not this year, it can come. What is green hydrogen?
Hydrogen using electricity from renewable energy sources.
Hydrogen produced using electricity from renewable energy. Solar will be used That energy we are using to production of hydrogen. And what this hydrogen is used for? All this application it can use. So many aspects is going on regarding this. So many big companies, Adani Group, all these are investing massively for this. Maybe when you are preparing renewable energy, prepare this thoroughly. Rest, we will discuss this question. Don't give too much importance on small facts. COP26 is, game is over. Only the basic funda and basic structure you keep to know. Rest, small facts doesn't matter. Came that year, that's why we have some discussion. So have you introduced this question? Why is COP26 very much relevant? One context of it was IPCC 6th assessment report. Have you gone through the report, anyone? At least make a one-page data sheet of it. Report is too bulky, it may not be feasible. Go to this site. This is some site which will give a summary, executive summary of the report. So take their executive summary, it will be still long. Make at least a one page or half page data points from this. Any renewable energy question, most of it you can cite this report. Biodiversity question, so many questions you can cite the data. So environment note making you're doing, just make a half page or one page data points from this report. Code. No, it's like, it is 6th one. First one came in 1990s maybe. So it comes not frequently. Yes. 7th will take so many years. So 6th you can put for next year and that year also. So what the report is saying? Code red for humanity. What does it mean? Whatever you are doing, it's not sufficient. Paris Agreement, whatever all these talks are going, so many big talks are going, but at the end of the day, this work is not enough. Anyway, we are going to cross all this 1.5 degree Celsius limit of global warming within early 2030s. That was too close. Within 10 years, you are going to close it. That was something like why it is called code red for humanity. What is tripping point? Not exactly asking what is the degree. What does it mean? Irreversible. Very major changes may happen after this, once we cross these tripping points. And tripping points may not be 1.5 degree, it may be less than that also. So we have, any time is left to take any action, that is now. That was this report all about. And after that we had pandemic, so talks were not happening. Something was delayed, and after pandemic the major talk was Glasgow 26. So due to many reasons it got very much importance. This is another data. For 1.5 degrees Celsius, if we want to have any chance of limiting global warming within this, we should decrease emissions by 45% from 2010 levels by 2030. Is that feasible? Let's see. What is the next part? Major part of this COP26. What all you include? Keep 1.5 alive. That was major objective of this COP26, all the talks. What is this Paris Agreement ratchet mechanism? This is like prelims question. What does it mean, ratchet mechanism? What does Paris Agreement did? What was major outcome of Paris Agreement 2015? What was the mechanism for that to limit XYZ? INDC came out. What is INDC? What is it? instead of one person sitting on top and deciding everyone's target, that mechanism was done in Kyoto Protocol. In Kyoto Protocol, the authority was giving targets for each countries. So when we, from there we reach, this was implemented in 2002 I guess. When we reached 2015, this centralized system was gone. Every country decide its own targets and the target should be ambitious. And this is voluntary, nobody is forcing, no penalty system is there. And India had its own INDC targets. And what is ratchet mechanism is this target will be reviewed after 5 years and new targets will be set after every 5 years. Why this? So we can have a realistic check on where we are going. If we keep a 15-year target, then we will wait till 15 years for something XYZ is happening or not. So every 5 years we will review the target and we will keep a more ambitious target. That is ratchet mechanism. So when the Paris Agreement came 2015, so it's been crossed 5 years. So there is a need for new targets to come up. What else? So countries had came up with new targets and UNEP gap report, it is saying that the new target will help towards 0.2 degrees reduction of global warming. That will, sorry, it's working. So this is by end of century. What else? Sectoral deals means we discussed on coal, phase down of coal, phase out of coal. Similarly, we have for methane, we have for deforestation. All this was also included into the ambit of Paris Agreement. Glasgow Pact, what it was? Similar like ratchet mechanism, we need more ambitious, we need countries to do more. Something like forcing countries to take up more ambitious targets. Glasgow Dialogue, Loss and Damage Fund, that we talked, the dialogue was going on last year also. This year some kind of fund has been utilized. Adaptation, double the adaptation finance. If you look at the climate funding, there is high bias towards war, mitigation or adaptation. If you look at how countries are spending the climate fund, there is high bias towards which? Adaptation or mitigation? Most of the 80% above fund are spent towards mitigation efforts. Adaptation is something lagging, so there is some kind of push for this. Then we have phase down of coal. Phase out was replaced by phase down. This was the center of controversy. So these are like hard facts. This was very much relevant that time. That's why it came in paper also. Don't study this and go for next exam. Something which is relevant on news, if some new mechanism has came up, prepare the facts on that. Anything new has came up recently? Any new mechanism, any new organization regarding environment? Look out for it. Something which is very much in news, that thing you have to prepare for that year. COP26, if you are preparing, just go through the overall idea. How the debates are going, phase down, phase out. How the loss and damage, some dialogue was going on before also. For the last 10 years, you look at the COP, some dialogue regarding loss and damage was going on. And developed countries are stonewalling it every time. That's why it's not being implemented. So the process to have a continuation, you go through it. Rest, each and every facts, that's not that much relevant for time being. What else? This is COP27 short notes. 3 basic things. Implementation plan, that was the whole agenda of this. The whole talk of COP27 began by demand for, we already have ambitious targets, we have beautiful plans, Where we are lacking is we are lacking in implementation. So some push should be given towards implementation of this. Take pick together if you want. What happened? Okay. Okay, this is somewhere on the lines what we have talked so far. Work program, all this you can see everything is focus is on doing something for implementation. Idea is COP27 started with focusing more on implementation, and that is a primary idea. Go ahead. What is India's targets? What these are called? Panchamrit. What are 5 targets? Do learn this. Somewhere you can cite in still in you may come handy. Maybe direct question still may not come. Take pick. So 500 gigawatt by 2030. Today we have 160. We need to triple it. What else? 50% of requirement from renewable energy. How much is this? Nearly 40%. Maybe less, just less than 40%. 1/3, slightly. 430. How much it comes? 35 to 40%, something in that. So pushing it to 50%, that may be very much feasible. 10% you have to cover up. But this 500, this is little bit very ambitious. In 7-8 years, you have to triple the, maybe 8%, above 8% per year growth should be achieved for this. What else? How this is done? What is the initiative for this? Afforestation. What is the initiative for this? Global initiative? RED plus all these things. India has a separate fund for this also. What is carbon intensity? GDP per capita, how much is the carbon emissions happening? We had a previous target. What was it? 35%. We already crossed that. So except 500, all these targets are very much feasible. Now come to net zero. What is India's year for net zero? What does net zero means?
Net zero emission from
Total emission is equal to total carbon emission.
Does it mean absolute no emission?
No.
Then?
we will be creating a situation where it will absorb also.
How?
Through forestation, through creating those coal seams where carbon will be captured, sequestration and capture, and then
Forest?
forestation.
Soil. So somewhere the emitting carbons and the carbon that is sequestrated naturally as well as artificial also, that will become equal. That is net zero. Now where this net zero is coming? Almost every country has declared some kind of net zero targets. Where this is coming? That is also coming from the IPCC report, 6th assessment report. Two basic things which were, we discussed one thing, 45% reduction from 2010 level to by 2030. Another thing is by mid-century, everyone should reach this net zero. This was another criteria from in the same report. So India was reluctant for net zero for a long while. When India declared these targets, this came in COP26. When it was? November 2021. By that time, almost all countries, at least developed countries, had their own net zero targets. Many countries have lesser targets, like which one? Japan, 40. Some countries have 40s also. So, why India was reluctant to net zero?
Because we are a developing country, so we need energy in order to develop.
We need to burn more coal for our developmental needs. That is one argument. What more?
Historically, we have not contributed.
Historically, India, how much India contributed? 3% around. Excess CO2 in the atmosphere from after the Industrial Revolution, if you check, India contributed around 3%. What is US contribution? 25% around. So you can see the contrast. Historical responsibility is one part of it. Still, there were other reasons India were opposing it.
Per capita emission is also
Per capita emission
one-third of global.
of India is 1/3 of global. And India's per capita emission, who said, will never reach that of developed countries? Who told this? Manmohan Singh? Somebody, I forgot who. India's per capita income, some COP or some meeting in climate, India's per capita greenhouse gas emissions will never reach that of today's developed countries level. That is kind of true. We have huge population and we are already transitioning to renewable energy. So, what else? What is other criticism of this net zero? You have something? Any other criticism of net zero?
Deliberate attempt to force advanced technology on the developing countries.
Deliberate attempt to buy technologies, nuclear technology like this. What else? Developed countries?
Force करती हैं for their climate efficient technology transfer.
Technology, you are speaking of technology, forcing their technology on developing countries. Anything else?
Climate justice.
Climate justice is historical responsibility, right? What else? India one argument was not just net zero is not that much important, pathway is more important. What is pathway? Net zero you reach by 2070. And by 2070, if 2060 you are emitting so much of coal and by 2070 you reach net zero, that makes little sense. Suppose your greenhouse emission is today's this much, you reach here, you can reach like this, you can reach like this also. So India is saying it is more important we follow this path instead of this path. So pathway is more important. Having a target that is 2-3 decades ahead, that is not the going to make difference. Even though the target is 3 decades ahead. So even a checking or cross checking, that will take too long and by the time everything will be over. So these are different criticism of, all these are valid, I am not invalidating any of this. So other countries, China by 2060, US 50, India by 70, all these countries, almost every country today have these net zero targets some year. Go ahead. Way forward you can add, if you are writing the answer you can include way forward, no issues. Otherwise finish the answer with some conclusion XYZ. We need something more. COP27, all it is saying is, whatever planning we are doing, it is great. What we need is stringent implementation. So whenever you are writing conclusion, connect it with COP27, connect it need for better implementation, stringent implementation, checking, monitoring system. All this bring into your focus. Write COP27, that will give credibility to whatever you are writing. Okay. Move ahead, next question. It's very easy. What it is? Describe the benefits of deriving electric energy from sunlight in contrast to the conventional energy generation. What are the initiatives offered by our government for this purpose? So tell me what are different parts you are going to divide this? It is how much? 15 marks. So
Benefits of sunlight, then initiatives, then way forward.
benefits of sunlight, electric energy. After that, government initiatives. Any other subdivision?
Way forward, what more needs to be done.
Way forward. Any other?
Trying to compare.
That when you are writing benefit, you can compare it with the renewable energy, conventional coal and all, you can contrast. No need to make it a separate section. Anyone has any other dimension in this answer?
So like I made this table. So conventional things.
You have written benefits, you have made two boxes. You have written benefits itself, or you have,
So I have written one aspect, for example, cost.
let me check. So what he has done is he has made a box, conventional and solar energy. Is this right approach? You are not asked to compare, you are not asked to do this. I am still not saying it is fully wrong, but if some question compare, contrast, they are directly asked. In that question you should do this exercise. Let me check. If you have written all benefits itself, then it is still okay. High cost, high initial cost, low cost in production, safe and resilient. ठीक है. Focus should be more on benefits, not on the comparing aspect of it. Anything else? Anyone did something more? Before way forward you will write issues. Before government initiative, you are including issues. Make it short, all this, whatever you are writing. It's a 50 marker, 3 page. You have some liberty of space. सब include कर सकता है. Anything else? So, yeah, what do you give for introduction? Here also most introduction we are giving is directly data. So you have to prepare all the data. How much is wind? How much is solar? How much is biogas, hydrogen? All these renewable energy which are in use, collect data and prepare for it. Yeah, go ahead. So India has an installed capacity of solar of 60 gigawatt. And how is exact breakup of this? How much is solar, how much is wind?
175 is
But some flexibility is also given. Exact, earlier 175 was there was exact division, 100 for solar, 60 for wind, small hydro, this much, all this. Here exact categorization is fully not given, some flexibility is given. It's quite long target also, 2030. What else? India's current capacity is around this much. Renewable energy potential in India is 1000 gigawatt. And if you want to get this 500 gigawatt, out of potential 50% you have to somehow capture. India ranks third in renewable energy attractive index 2021. The point of giving all this is, while you are making notes on renewable energy, data is something too important. Keep data for every aspect of it. Even argument without data you cannot substantiate. Like in security we have some other examples. So many jagah examples will work. This here it's quite difficult. You need to have data. Okay. So, how you address this? Benefits of solar energy? One approach is divided based on stakeholders. How it helps in climate mitigation, how it helps in different kind of national interest of India, and how it helps individual stakeholders. You can include private parties also, other stakeholders also into it. It's not the end in itself. So think on these lines. What are climate mitigation aspects? Here it is written that life cycle emission of carbon solar is 37 times less than coal. Why it is so? Is solar 100% no emission? Should I off? Off करूँ? Yeah. Why it is told that? What is this? Life cycle emission of solar power plant is 37 times less than coal. You are getting it right. How much a solar plant is emitting is 37 times less than coal. Coal, how it is emitting, we all know. Coal burning, it, there will be emissions. How solar is emitting? Solar panels, all these metals, extraction, all this will take some kind of emissions. That's why it is called life cycle emission. Life cycle means it towards everything till the dismantling, decommissioning of the plant. Running में कोई pollution का बात नहीं है. No pollution during running. Less water intensive. Nuclear, you know, it requires so much of water. Many nuclear plants are near ocean. It takes so much of water also, it dumps so much of heat water also. Take pick. What is national interest? How will you connect with national interest? नहीं हुआ. One thing is, what is India's biggest energy issue? Dependency on imports. How much petroleum products is imported? 80%, 85%, something between this. High dependence on, yes, not conventional, import dependence on for energy needs. That is one challenge India is facing, and this solar can be a solution to it. What else? What is AT&C losses? Transmission losses basically. And how, why solar is having very less transmission losses? It can be decentralized. Yes, yes. If we compare with other plants, something like large hydro, it can only be installed in hilly areas, and you have to transport all this electricity down to here. But solar, you have the advantage of wherever the demand is, you can place it there. Rooftop. Off-grid plants, microgrid plant. What does it mean? That will be taking like 5 homes, 10 homes, solar units. There are some famous companies in this also. Some students who are working. Heard of it? In Rajasthan, I guess. Startups. FDI source, it can be job generation, 2 lakh plus jobs already created in FY21. Solar diplomacy, what is it? Example is International Solar Alliance. Can cite, it can attract more investment. All these CDM, what is CDM? Clean Development Mechanism. Something like foreign countries will invest in India and developing countries. So there is huge investment potential in all renewable energy. Like so many fund, Green Climate Fund, GCC, all these are created only for this investment in renewable energy. You can connect. Renewable energy is of course having so much investment potential compared to coal. Coal, like if World Bank is giving some loan, they may not be interested in giving loan for coal. Anyway, they will not give for coal. They will be against it. But if it is for other renewable energy, any of this, then they can be mobilized. What else? These are, you can make it up. So one aspect to it, you need some data, at least in some points. If not in all points, at least 4 or 5 points, you need some data to substantiate the argument. Otherwise, everyone will write this answer. 10 points in advantages of solar, it's not a big deal.
सर इसको रॉ मटेरियल जनरेशन एंड डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन उसके अलग भी सोच सकते हैं.
Raw material. What raw material? Comparing with conventional.
या जैसे कोल में जैसे वर्कर्स की हेल्थ का इशू आ जाता है.
Yes, yes.
लैंड डिग्रेडेशन जो माइन कोल माइंस कर देते हैं.
Yes, yes. This also take lot of land, solar. Solar due to coal mining, all these issues. You can connect. Very good. How will you divide the answer? Operational, what you told?
Operational expenditure, sir, it is very less.
No, I am saying here we are thinking from different perspectives. What other way you can think to generate points?
Like issues in production, issues in transmission. We can cite low ATC losses in
Transmission. You are dividing like? Yeah, production,
electricity generation.
transmission. What else? Distribution. What is biggest issues of solar?
Without subsidy is still costly. And solar panel 80% are imported from China.
80% solar panel imported from China. What else?
Land acquisition is
Land acquisition. Temporal variance is very much important. Night you don't have any generation. What is the issue with this? Like in solar and wind is also not available 24/7. Only certain months, certain period you get the power. In solar also all night is you are not getting power. What is the issue with this? Grid integration become very difficult. Grid means it has to manage incoming and outgoing are somehow managed. So if you are not getting so much solar is coming into picture and you are not getting anything incoming in the night, then grid integration it has to manage from other sources. Coal doesn't have any such issues. If it is running, it will be running continuously. What other issues of solar? High dust, all these factors. If anything, put a little shade on the solar panel, then efficiency drops very drastically. 50%, 40% efficiency will be lost by a single layer of dust. What else? Patent controversy. Patent controversy regarding? Yes, WTO case. That was local agreement. What was it he saying? What was the case regarding the Jawaharlal Nehru solar mission? That case, right? Scheme was there and government was implementing some percent of acquisition should come from Indian MSMEs, Indian companies. So US countered that and India lost that case. That is exactly not a demerit of solar. What else?
High capex, initial cost.
Initial cost is very high. ठीक है. What else?
Generation of those heavy metals pollution.
If you think like this, what is the end of solar power plant? There is some data like by from 2026, how much is life of a solar panel? 20 years, 25 years. So after 25 years, you need to recycle it. And this whole recycling mechanism is still not established, not just in India, in many countries. So, anything else? Thermal pollution. How? Heat island, like that. Okay. Over solar panels also. It is, where you are speaking this? Coal, okay. How it is solar, how it is related? Advantage you are speaking, okay. This issue is water being recycled, it will be dumped to some water bodies, lake or river, and there will be destruction of the biodiversity. This is very much issue in nuclear also. Nuclear, so many plants are around the coastal areas. Which plant? Example? Kudankulam, everything is. Maharashtra, Tarapur, all these are in coastal areas. So they are taking water from ocean and they are dumping the water in the ocean back. And the dumping water will be high temperature. Not the steam temperature, but 50 degree, 60 degree. Enough to destroy the biodiversity to some extent. Anything else? We don't have capacity. 80% of it imported from China itself. Go ahead, what are government schemes for this? How will you divide is, you can divide like this, grid connected schemes, then off-grid schemes, then something like, what is Surya Mitra program? Training program, it's something like Skill India. Related to Skill India mission, people will be trained on how to operate the solar panel or these equipments. What is PLI scheme? How much it is? 19.5 crore for production of solar modules. So what is the idea of the PLI scheme? What does it do? Speak something. What? Domestic production. Suppose a company is producing this much today, whatever, this much today, if it produces this much after say 5 years, and for this extra production there will be some incentives. And what will be the incentives? Can be tax rebates basically, import duty excess, export duty may, something like that. And how much is the PLI scheme, whole scheme? How many sectors are involved? Today I think 14 sectors are there. How much is total fund for it? It's more than that, 2 lakh crore. Around 1.97 lakh crore, exact figure, something like that. So the idea is which sector we apply this. What is the criteria? Which all sector? Like automobile is there, silicon, what else? This electronics fabrication, design, all these sectors are there. So what is the basic criteria? Where there is MSME presence. It's not required. In chip manufacturing, where is MSME?
They are MSME or not? Like it is provided to MSME.
It is not provided to, not necessarily to MSMEs. Majorly big companies are taking the advantage. What should be the criteria? Thing is, this should go like this. What is this? Whatever the company is producing. Suppose it is mobile manufacturing, you should foresee a very high demand in the future. There should be some high demand in the future. In other sectors, if you go and implement, outcome will be not effective. In this 14 sector itself, many sectors are not being picking up. It will only work when the demand is going to grow exponentially. And what else? We have some manufacturing issues. Our pricing system is very high. At some point, if you give some incentives, we can reduce the price and that will push the demand, something like this. We already have a market alteration in this issue. In solar, if you take 85% panels are coming from China. So we have some market issues. In pharmaceuticals, similar case is there. Regarding what? APIs. High dependence on, it is also coming from China. So we have some market bias already existing. And the pharmaceutical also demand should be high in future also. So when these two criteria are coming together, we club it and implement PLI, all these schemes. ISA, I don't think we need to talk. So, yes, we have written it somewhere. Interstate, take pick. What is this? If electricity is buying between state, there will be tax. There will be other provisions, other charges also. So for renewable energy, all these are waived. It was till 2022 and it will be extended for 27 like that for a foreseeable future. Okay. So that's it. What is these new two ideas are discussed here? Solar wind hybrid and solar to hydrogen power production. What does it mean? What is solar wind hybrid? What is the relevance of it? Temporal differences, we need to reduce it. In night, if wind is working, then there can be some level of and solar to hydrogen, this is same as green hydrogen. Use of solar energy to produce hydrogen. How you produce hydrogen?
Splitting of water.
Can be splitting of water, it can be splitting of methane also. So these two are coming up. So this can be offshore also. Not necessarily onshore only, it can go offshore also. And there are some schemes specifically for offshore, being recently in news. India's offshore targets are very low. If we look at wind, India offshore is very less compared to onshore. So there are some government initiatives to push this aspect also. Move ahead to next question. Try to link it with some government scheme if it is not asked. Not in this question I am saying. If question is not asked, government vision, try to connect it with like some every question COP27 you don't have to write. So connect it with what is being discussed in COP27. What is being discussed global level, something like that. Some future vision you have to connect with. If India's like we have those Panchamrit targets, you will not use it. It will not directly asked in any question, most probably. So you can use that in conclusion itself. It's a workbook needed. I'll think afterwards. Now I don't get time to prepare this also. Keywords I think more important in this, more than security. There are so many keywords like co-production, co-generation, 3E, that I can think of. Let me see. So one third question. Yeah, with growing energy needs, India should keep on expanding its nuclear energy program. Discuss the facts and fears associated with nuclear energy. So have you addressed this? What are different parts? There is a direct question. Should India do this or not? Where is he? Here you have opportunity to make a box. India should do it. India should not do it. And what is more important? You generate 4-5 points here, generate 4-5 points here. Don't leave the analysis as such. Give your opinion. Directly it is asked, should India continue with the nuclear program or not? Don't leave it with the analysis. Give your opinion, India should do or should not do. Take a stance in these kind of questions. What will be the other part? How to address this? Facts and fears. You will use some here also. How to address this part? Complex, it made little complex. Otherwise, nuclear energy, it's a very direct, easy question. Some difficulty due to this facts and fears. How to address this part? Tell me.
Can we just give facts and fears first and then answer the question that we should do it or not? Based on the facts and fears.
Issue is repetitive. It can be repetitive. Here, whatever examples you are using, that can come here. No, make kya example use kar rahe, it can come here. How to address this? You have written this first.
And then based on that, I have said if we should do it or not.
You drawn box for this?
Sir, yes.
किया है?
Growing energy needs.
Which question? Nuclear energy we are discussing.
Yes, sir.
You hadn't drawn box. No box.
No, sir, I have drawn this one. Diagram.
Not this box I am asking like the last time. This question had a scope to draw a box. You hadn't done it, and last question we can off this if you have issues. Okay, okay. Yeah. So how you address this last part? Tell me. I'm asking you. How you address this facts and fears?
Sir, I just mentioned facts and fears in the
Anything else? Anyone has done anything new?
In this fact part, I have mentioned it separately to 3 points. In the last chapter.
Side fear inputs burning और इसके output क्या क्या facts हैं?
One thing here you can put some case studies. Write little bit in detail. Here you will be only citing one example, one data, and you will be leaving it there. When writing in facts and fears, give a little more into it. Do some case studies. Which is famous case studies? Chernobyl. Seen that TV series? Should watch. 4-5 episodes only. Chernobyl, it's very good. Chernobyl, when it happened? When? 1986. So what happened? Something XYZ, plant exploded. And how is the area now? Whole area is covered with XYZ, thick concrete wall and all these things. What next? Fukushima. Why Fukushima happened? Earthquake, then came tsunami. And both these happened together and it failed. What was the risk due to this bigger risk? It is in coastal area, Fukushima. So whatever the water they are taking in, all this water get polluted, radioactive water, they are dumping it in Pacific Ocean. So what thermal pollution we are discussing, radiation pollution was having a capability to impact in much bigger scale.
Emission वाला एक ही fear होता है nuclear power plant में या there are some other fear also?
Mainly emission. Like why, we'll discuss in next part. So how you address the introduction? There is one term like growing energy needs. So how much India's energy is growing to be in future?
9%.
Something, remember 8% growth, 7%, 9% growth, that is correct. Take something which is you can much more easily remember. Double by 2040 or triple by 2050, if you can get some data like that. Cite an organization and remember it. Take
ये वाला ज़्यादा difficult.
whichever is easy, you remember that. It's not. It's up to you. Now, how is India's breakup of energies? 50% it is coming from coal. Hydro 11%. Renewable we have something like this, 28.3. Last time we told that around 40% is renewable. Why here 28%? Large hydro is usually not considered as a renewable. So if it is separated, it becomes 28.xyz. Otherwise, nearly 40%. Nuclear, how much it is? 1.6% only. And we are expecting by 2027 it will pick up to 2.2%. And in next 5 years it become 22 gigawatt and 2.5%. That means 3 times. Now we have around 7 gigawatt. So we, in next 10 years, we are trying to triple it. So this is India's nuclear vision. This is how energy is growing. So what is next part? Issues and other things. Positive. What is positives of nuclear energy? Don't look there and discuss it. Low emission compared to coal and other natural gas, all these. Energy density you are speaking. Long term cost is very less. What else? Raw material, we are discussing positives. Very much less amount of raw materials is required. In 6 months you need to change fuel once and it will run continuously non-stop. What else? There is no intermittency. Like in solar, wind, things are like raat pe nahi hai, nahi to season off season issues. This has no such issues. If it is running, it will be running forever. So like base load, it can handle very efficiently. And when whichever new plant it is, when there is variation in load, then with how much it is variation, the efficiency drops. If a plant is made to operate at 70% operating level capacity, efficiency will be dropping more than 70%. In nuclear, what happened is they are not built for this variation handling. It will be usually designed for base load and continuously it can operate above 90% operating level. What else? What are other advantages? We have huge reserves of thorium. Where? Black sand in Kerala and all. Monazite. So we have, do we have any thorium plant? Does anywhere in the world we have thorium plants? Still under construction. Every plant is still uranium only. But once in future it came into being, India has huge potential because we have thorium reserves. What else? But you have written something now. Here also you did in mate box. For coal, for all this, we have indigenous technology. We are discussing benefits, right? How it become? Do we have indigenous nuclear technology? But most of the bigger plants are coming from outside. No, Kudankulam is from Russia, right? Toshiba is building the plant itself, technology, everything. We have indigenous technology for small plants. Tarapur, some plants we have indigenous, we have the capacity. But the bigger plans, ambitious plans, whatever we have put together, all this 22 gigawatt by 2032, major part of it is coming from outside. Is Toshiba still there? There was some crisis going on with the company. Let's see. Anything else? Emission intensity is 3% that of coal. It's very less. Solar we told something like 37 times less than coal. Take. What is this rising safety standards? In whole history, only few accidents are there. Even though we cannot overlook it. Why?
Because it is mostly based on coastal regions and any time disaster can
Sir, plant भी तो कम है.
What else? Yeah, plan भी कम है. Compared to coal, we have lesser plants. What else?
natural disaster can
सर इसके एक्सीडेंट में जो इम्पैक्ट है वो भी बहुत.
Impact can be very catastrophic. Coal means how much is maximum impact? There will be personal loss there, there will be money loss there, then power generation will be dismantled for X number of days. But here if something accident in bigger magnitude happen, then you have to cover that whole area for maybe decades. If radiation goes out, then it can go to any extent. So the risk of accident is very high. It can be something like humanitarian crisis. To that level it can go ahead. So that's why so much, and after Fukushima so many countries are phasing out nuclear. Which countries? Germany was in forefront. They are phasing out all this nuclear. Many developed countries, they are not installing nuclear plants for a long time, including USA, all this. What China is doing? China and India is in the forefront. We are saying we'll follow same path. After maybe 20 years, we also realize it is a bigger risk. Then they are putting in technology on us. Yeah, you can write it as a criticism. They are phasing out the same technology they are giving to India and all. Installation process is lower. How many years Kutankulam work was going on? 10 years. Due to protest also, but still it is very slow. Recently there is one news on some plant in Rajasthan, there were some leakages. Not radioactive leakage, that's why it didn't become a big issue. Non-radioactive, some leakages were there, helium leakage, something like that. AK nuclear plant, somewhere in Rajasthan. So what happened is, to correct it, it took huge amount of time. If some maintenance came out, this plant is designed like that, it will run continuously without any disturbance. But if some XYZ failure comes out inside the technology or inside the equipment, then correction process is very slow. It requires a lot of safety checks, it requires a lot of other technologies. So all this becomes very difficult. What else? Technology, all these transfers, many things are coming from outside world. High capital cost, initial cost is very high. Even though operational after life cycle cost, it may be less. And it is said that like the plants which we are installing from outside technology with this Toshiba and all, they are 3 times more costly than indigenous. If India can do it on its own, it is 3 times less costlier. Fuel availability, is uranium available in India? We are mostly importing, trying to import from Australia, Kazakhstan, these countries. Central Asia we discussed, energy diplomacy, that question. You can put that. Kazakhstan is having largest reserves. Yeah, Australia. Kazakhstan. Production is largest in Australia. So waste disposal, how it is, waste is disposed? Not water waste. The other radioactive waste, how we are disposing right now? Pellets करके Where we put it? We cover it like with concrete so that radiation doesn't come out. Then where we put it? Let's put something like inside the ocean. Holes are made like hundreds or nearly 1 kilometer holes. Then we are putting all this inside. Now what is, today it is a nuclear waste, but in future it can be used as a nuclear fuel also. Today we don't have XYZ technology. So we can maybe future take it out and use it to any extent. Risk of accident is very high. This is the biggest issue or the protest of anti-nuclear aspect. And so what stance will you take? We should do it. We should do it with what are conditions? Safety protocol should be implemented. Anyone saying it should be phased out? Everyone is okay with? Yeah, whatever. So how to address this? This is one interesting picture. What does it shows? Death per 1000 terawatt hour of electricity production, and coal is having highest deaths. Potentially nuclear is the lowest. One time happened, it will. That is true to some extent, but still with available data, coal is the highest killer. And how coal kills? Silicosis. From mining to burning, it is creating issues. Yeah, so fact and figures, you cite some case studies, Chernobyl, how much people are being impacted, how much is the impact of all this, cost of all this. This is 5 million plus people, you can also push cost aspect. Some accident has happened, the cost becomes unmanageably high. Take pick. Yeah, move ahead. This is, you will manage yourself. You are taking pick. What else? Last question. Explain the purpose of Green Grid Initiative at the World Leaders Summit of this COP26. UN Climate Change Conference, Glasgow, blah, blah. When was this idea first floated in the International Solar Alliance?
This part was a bit difficult to understand. When was this idea first floated?
It was very objective question. How will you address? When you can think on these lines, it is one sun, one, what is it? One sun, one world, one grid. That is put forward by ISA. When ISA is formed?
2015.
So some years after that, 15 is too early, right? After 15, check. Announcement पहले हुआ था. But the initiative is of that grouping, ISA. So ISA is not that much old. So some years after that. And exact year is also you can overlook. Not idea, the grouping.
November 2015.
Paris climate.
भारत और फ्रांस द्वारा पैरिस एग्रीमेंट में किया गया था.
Okay, sit.
So because I remember mostly.
Prelims sharp.
सर सेकंड वाले में क्या है सर डेट लिखना ईयर लिखना.
Write something about ISA. Write something more. What they are doing. Thing is, question is very objective. First part of the question you should write, even if you don't exactly remember what is. At least this much you should remember. Green grid initiative is same as one sun, one world, one grid. After that, if something is like this is the purpose of it, you should write, irrespective of how much you know, how much you learned or not. Then exact when it was formed, when it was discussed. If you know exact date, you write it. If you don't know, connect it with ISA. On that lines, you write it. Connect it with ISA is best thing. It is written here also. COP, if you can remember, like COP 15, 2015 COP. No, that is in 26. We are speaking about ISA, Solar Alliance. Green Grid Initiative here written now. It's in 26 COP 20.
When was the idea first floated in the ISA?
That idea is that grid idea, whole world one grid initiative idea. Green Grid Initiative specific thing came in COP 26, but the idea of this was going on previously. So ISA was leading it, one sun, one world, one grid initiative.
ये आइडिया ISA के साथ ही आया था या उसके बाद आया?
ISA के बाद, after forming ISA, then it came. What are different parts? First, it's a 10 marker, so there is some, and what is asked? Introduction, you will write what is Green Grid Initiative, what it is, or something you can connect with COP 26 or this. Then what is first major part? Purpose of Green Grid Initiative. After that, if you remember this, when the idea was floated, address it. Limitations way forward, if you have something to put forward, you put forward. But keep it all limited. Focus mainly on purpose. This should be main part of your answer. Okay? You done something else? Anyone?
Can we write some other initiative of ISA? Besides the research?
Which you can. Why you are writing? ISA is not asked, right? It's very, very objectively asked. The difficulty is that some keyword, other was there, discuss, analyze, examine. Anything else we can play around, or this become relevant. When it is asked, when it is formed, discussed in ISA, then writing too much on ISA, other initiatives, it's not. Better don't write 2 pages itself. That is better thing to do. If you can draw a map of it and show what we will show in map. Tropics, countries, and connect something like that. If you can do that, it will occupy some space. Otherwise, don't write 2 pages. That is also a possible option to it. Go ahead. So, this is writing about what is the initiative. Launched at this by India and UK, Global Interconnected Solar Energy System. What is the idea? Take pick. What is the idea of Green Grid Initiative?
जो countries tropic से बाहर हैं, equal distribution of solar power.
At least there will be sunlight on some area every time. So connect all the grid in the world such that energy generation will be done in those areas where there is sunlight. And demand, if the grid is interconnected, wherever demand happen, it can getting. In India itself, if you remember previously, there were so many grids. Western, Eastern, Central, Northern, Southern. We had different grid. Yeah, forget it. So now what we have? One grid. Now we are operating in one grid, one country system. So what is the advantage of it? Surplus, like Western, there will be high surplus because Rajasthan, all these now major cities. If Mumbai is included, then situation may change. But in Southern, there will be less production. Only hydro is there. So that misbalance all can be managed within one country with one grid. Now in whole world it happens. What is advantage? Economies of scale. That is not exactly here. Still, the point is, you can manage the whole world demand and supply system. Okay. Move ahead. What else? Purpose of the initiative. How will you address this? It's very difficult to get even 5 points regarding it. Take a pick if you want together. Basic idea is you need to get transition to renewables. Countries which doesn't have solar or doesn't have any capabilities of renewable energy resource, they also need some plan to shift to renewables. So this give an option for those countries also. It's not necessary renewable is available in your country. You can generate in other country, you can buy the power itself. So throughout the world, transition to renewables, it gives a very great opportunity. It's a very ambitious project if you consider. Like in which other countries the power grid is integrated? Maybe European countries may have, but in all other countries it's very difficult. And you are speaking of a system where throughout these countries in tropics, and these countries are fighting in itself. India have next Pakistan. How you connect with Afghanistan without connecting Pakistan? So it's very challenging, at the same time very ambitious project. More than 80 countries, large geographical area has to be integrated into the system. Same idea, like countries which are receiving low levels of sunlight or other renewable energy is not available, they also should have a plan to have the transition to renewables. They also should have a plan to look beyond crude oil and all this. What is this? Grid resilience in extreme weather conditions. That is somewhere related to climate change. We have coal shortage. Remember? Reading newspaper in this year. Coal shortage. So what was one issue regarding it? Why coal shortage happened?
We had over-dependence on
Multiple reasons. One thing, Coal India was the major supplier of coal. Beyond that, what was other issues?
Supply shock was there because of floods.
Because of heavy monsoon in many parts of the country, coal mining was not happening as expected. That is one part. So many other part. External part, what was the issue? Import, high price of coal, imports was getting limited. So many factors concluded to become coal shortage. So similar issues, it can impact all this grid resilience, grid capacity, all this. So in that, if we have an integrated grid, these kind of disturbances can be better managed. Circular economy, what does it mean?
Recycling the same product.
Whatever is the byproduct of XYZ processes, we will use it for again. So here we are using the existing grid system. It's not like we are building a totally new grid. We are using whatever the grid is existing in these countries, we are integrating into, only a governance mechanism is being put forward. If it came out, it will be like, yes, very much great. Move ahead. What is the other part of the question? When it was floated, when the idea? It's very difficult to remember exactly. Still, if you can connect something with when ISA is formed, so somewhere years after the ISA formation, it should have implemented. So So 2018 the idea was floated, and when we reached 2022, COP26, and it became some level of materialization is happening. What else? Not putting too much time into it. If you can write a way forward, you can write. You want to fill pages, you want to having very less content, otherwise exactly writing in the question, it's become very tough to fill 2 pages itself. You can include way forward also, otherwise that's it. So tomorrow we have all these topics. Prepare these and come. National, what it is? Clean Air Program, NCAP, Air Quality Guidelines of WHO, EIA, draft EIA, what are the issues with draft EIA, prepare those. I नहीं ना, drop किया, act नहीं किया. There was a lot of criticism against this draft. What were the issues? You just go through it and come. So that's all for today. Thank you. We have second class of environment and biodiversity. Yeah, tell me what you were saying. Syllabus wise? Yeah, something like security. Security was very clear. It was.
That's why we got prepared for it.
What other issues?
How to find like these
Topics.
topics. See it. Such a big program.
Even syllabus only very few lines are there, 1 line, 2 line. Questions also having huge variability. Sometimes 1 question, 2 question, sometimes 5 questions are there. 15 marks. Third question. What are the features of NCAP? Yeah, 5, 6 you can remember. Beyond that, what you will do? What else? In other question also, there is tomorrow's paper, Jal Shakti Abhiyan. That was also asked similarly. I think that was 10 marker. So yesterday, no, tomorrow's paper. So sometimes specific schemes are coming, like you really have to know some details of it. We'll make a list of schemes which are very much in news. EIA 2020, that was very big matter. That everyone, that was such a big issue that year. Rest, NCAP, Jal Shakti Abhiyan, that are very specific. Even the 4th question, how will you attempt it? Something like if you've done the editorial, you are making notes, like you have made notes that time when it was came. It was came, I think, 2 months before mains, 1 month before mains or something. So it was somewhere in the news, if you remember, you can, but still getting exact data, getting specificity in that answer, it's still difficult task. What about other 2 questions? Concept. There you can do something. You can play with some structure, some. What else? 3rd question, 3rd and 4th are there, NCAP. Yeah, so what we are doing today is, we have 1 question on EIA. We'll do that in detail. Like if something it is written in the syllabus also, EIA. So we will do that in detail so that if in something come in future, we can have some points. In that way we'll do. We'll not just limit to the draft specifications. Second question, what it is? Carrying capacity and sustainable development. In there also we'll try to develop some kind of a framework, how to think framework. Last 2 questions we'll keep little less focused. They are more very much factual type questions. You have written answer? No. Okay. Yeah. Let's read the first question. How does draft EIA notification 2020 differ from the existing EIA notification 2006? Very direct. How you address this? That will come in introduction. You will define EIA. Okay. 20 notification you are writing. Draft, right? What else? Comparison you are doing. You made box. What are the parameters of it?
Public consultation days, environmental
Clearance. Yes, yes. You can make a box, table or whatever. What else? Put a way forward. Written way forward? No. What way forward you will take in this question? See, this is a draft. This is not an original notification. This is not a rule or anything. Draft means something can be criticized, something you can even take, or in conclusion, if you are writing, there is some scope to include something against this draft also. Criticism against this draft. There were a lot of criticism. That's why it was in news. That was it came in paper also. So there is scope for including some criticism here in this question. Why? Because one thing is it is a draft. Secondly, that is why due to criticism it became a major issue. So you can think on that lines. Otherwise it is a 10 marker. Easily core points you will still suffice. Gone through the questions? Or just seeing now? Move ahead. So introduction, how you define EIA? What is EIA basically? Don't just read the definition, just if any project is coming, before implementing the project, understanding how it will impact different aspects of, and this aspect not just environmental aspects, it includes social dimensions, it includes economic dimensions also, including environment. So having a complete picture of impact of whatever XYZ planned project before starting the implementation, that is EIA all about. You can cite some standard definition from UNEP or some other organization. It will give some credibility to whatever you are writing. Not necessarily possible in every answer, but some standard definition you can pick up. Go ahead. So, what are different steps of EIA? Decision making, mitigation, all these activities. So, understand this line diagram. In this question, there is less feasibility to draw this. But if a general question came on EIA or some statement is given on EIA and you have to elaborate it, in that question, this becomes very handy. What is screening? It is the first step. Whether we need an extensive EIA, whether we don't need an extensive EIA, all this come in screening. Scoping means defining the boundaries. What are the key issues associated with the project? Impact analysis, that is the technical analysis. Whatever all the environmental aspects, social aspects, everything will come here. Mitigation, what does it include? If some project is having higher environmental consequences, is there any alternative available? Or is there any some design change will reduce the impact of it? All this come in mitigation. Reporting means in certain formats you have to present this so that the value of it becomes maximum. Review of EIA, this will be public hearing, everything will come here. After that, decision making authority will be state or some other agency, PSU agency, something like that. Post monitoring, what it comes here? In post monitoring, that we had the EIA, we had done all this, then the project started. Then also you need to check whether whatever the analysis we done in the EIA is the impact same. If in some case our analysis was wrong and impact is becoming very huge, then there may be need for another EIA. So there is constant need for reporting, monitoring, surveillance, checking. So all this come in post monitoring phase. Basic steps, if it is even okay, you miss out one step in exam. Exact step, but the process, all process should be in your answer overall. Exact same words, exact same lining, that is not required. Screening, scoping, after that analysis, mitigation, reporting, review, decision making. You can give public, what it is? Public consultation, all this also. Now what is another use of it? This question is very specific about draft EIA. If in general you have to find out what are the issues with EIA, so you can think on these lines. What is screening में क्या issue होगा? So many projects may be excluded from EIA. It is not necessary all projects will come under EIA. We will see in next slide. Scoping, maybe some key issues are not involved. The impact analysis, only economic it may go. Technical capability gap, what does it include? EIA is very extensive step. It requires special professionals, specially trained persons, and we don't have such kind of a infrastructure or system. So all that gap come here. Public review of EIA, public hearing consultation, what is issue? How many days we have for public consultation? In 2006 notification, which is still running, right? It was 30 days. Draft was saying how much? 20 minimum days. So what is issue? Who is conducting EIA? That may be private agency, consultancy group, or some government system, government organization, and they will publish a report. And who may be impacted? Public may be impacted. If a big dam is coming, forced migration, who is impacted? Tribal people. And this whole report may be in English only. They may not even understand a word of it, and these people are who being impacted. And you are expecting that they do the study of the report and they do all the background study, background analysis, and they come up with something in 30 days. Yes. Only local languages, no local language may be involved. Only may be English. In some case, maybe Hindi come. Beyond that, nothing will be there. So the point is, along these lines, you can generate criticism of EIA also. Go ahead. So this is basic EIA, how it evolved. Under which act it is coming? Water Act. Environment Protection Act, 1986. So in 1986 Act, in 1994 the notification of EIA was coming. Take. Before that, just a technical study was enough for clearance of the project. Now what system we have today? 4 projects are divided into category A and category B. What is category A projects? There are big projects, big thermal plant, big hydroelectric plant. Mandatorily this requires national level EIA study. This should be done for category A projects. What about category B? State level appraisal is only required. National level study may not be required. And in B also we have categorization, B1 and B2. B1 means they require EIA. B2, certain projects are excluded from EIA, that will come under B2. Now certain projects whichever category B1, B2 depending on size, irrespective of all this, there should be EIA. There is a list of that projects also, something like mining, thermal power plant, what else, river valley infrastructure, all this coastal infrastructure, all this should require EIA irrespective of what is their size. So this is what we have in 2006 notification. Now what is government issue with this? Why do we need a draft? Why do we need to revive this? We have so many infrastructure projects. What is blocking infrastructure projects? One big issue is clearances. Clearance means not just EIA, there are so many other clearances, land clearance. So this is one roadblock to infrastructure, big infrastructure project. So government wants things to be done faster. That was one objective of it. Go ahead. So these are like some general issues associated with EIA. Not specifically, again, not specifically related to draft 2020. Why we are discussing this? Because draft, we don't need to focus too much on it. It's already been in news, its time is over. But EIA, there is extensive study needed for this. What are the issues? Legislation में क्या issue है? Even today it is as a notification. What is the issue with notification? That is there more. If it is a legislation, something like EPA, if it is a part of EPA, any change is to be brought in it, there should be an amendment that goes through parliament system. So there will be more scrutiny, there will be criticism, there will be all this. If notification itself, central government itself can change it at any time. And only public outcry was there, that was the only legal scrutiny that was available. What else? Not mandatory for many projects. Many projects are still out of EIA, irrespective of their impact. Competence gap that we told right now. Issues in public consultation. Gram Sabha has a lot of powers in many cases. But what actually happens is, they doesn't even know, their permission may be forged. They don't have a capacity to interact with higher level authorities. Reporting issues. We told that even after EIA, when the project is going on, there is need for continuous monitoring. And that process is always getting delayed. Local language issue. Extended validity. This is like in next, it should come in next slide. That is, in the draft, the validity of EIA was extended from 30 years to 50 years. And for river projects, it was 10 years to 15 years. Okay. This should come next slide, it's wrongly put. Yeah, so what is the issue with draft EIA? What are major provisions? We'll go with issues only. What is federal issue? Central government itself has the power to constitute state level EIA. So that is something again constitutional principles. Exempted projects. There is list, we already told in 2006 also, there is certain category of projects which are exempted. Which one it is? B1. So what they are doing, they are making a very broad list of those topics. Even oil exploration, this has huge amount of environmental impact. Sometimes it's done in oceans, coral, all these impacts. Hydroelectric projects, cement plant, high impact on environment. All these plants are getting exempted from it. And beyond that, what is other issue? New category of projects that is called strategic projects. These projects are along the border areas, along central government certain interest. In this this also doesn't require EIA. Proper EIA is not required. Public hearing is not mandatory. So all these issues. What is post facto clearance? This is one very big issue. Later stage also. If suppose a project was running, irrespective of whatever it is the status, EIA can be done afterwards also. Later you found that the project doesn't have it will run. Okay, so if the project is running without EIA, at a later stage it is found that EIA is not done properly, there is no stay on the project. You can pay a penalty, you can done it something fine and get away with this. This is against constitutional principle, like Supreme Court judgment in this case. No post facto clearance should be awarded in environmental related cases, and that was blatantly violated. What else? Public hearing, from 30 days it was reduced to days for public hearing, reduced to 20 days. And that too, there is no provision for local language, have some report in local language, no provision. So it becomes very cumbersome. This is another major issue with compliance of the report. That is, even an EIA is conducted after every maybe 6 months. It is annual conducted here, right? So according to 2006 notification, after 6 months you have to check the compliance. Check the compliance means whether it is going within the bounds of the EIA report and all. And that was converted to annually. 6 months now you don't have to do, you have to do annually. And that too, who will do this? Even not outside third party, same who is implementing the project, they have to do it themselves. So conflict of interest, who will report against themselves? If they report, their project will get delayed. So this is like, even though provision is there, it is made useless. So all this made so many protests, so many issues. Anyway, this is not materialized, it just remain as a draft. Move ahead. What else you will write? Way forward you can include. It should not be, EIA should not be reduced into a notification. There should be some legal clarity for it. Accreditation system, what is it? Training of professionals. Some kind of like energy efficiency professionals we have. Similarly, we have different professionals. So we need a system for EIA also. Maybe you can cite an organization also. Independent organization should be there to conduct all EIAs. Something like NGT, something like Green Tribunal. Something tribunal like system should be there who can have the expertise to conduct all these EIA. Strengthening public consultation. That is very must. Local language. Some institutional mechanism should be improved. Gram Sabhas, local bodies, all this should be part of the decision making process. No post facto clearance. Independent authority for compliance checking. Like they cannot be left like they themselves, company who is implementing the project themselves report. That practice should not be permitted. So in this question you can include few way forward, but still the other part is the major part of the answer. Just make a less than half page, then conclude the answer. In conclusion, what you can do? This is like a generalistic conclusion. If any environmental question, sustainable development, connect it with fundamental right, article 21. Right to clean air, right to clean water, right to clean environment. All this is part of article 21, fundamental right. So connect with this and you can give a generalistic conclusion of it. What is any other recent issue you hear this? Crackers in Diwali. All those people will file case. That is because right to environment is a right to clean air is a right to fundamental right under article 21. So that is basis of this. Go ahead. Read the question. Define the concept of carrying capacity of an ecosystem as relevant to an environment. Okay. Explain how understanding this concept is vital while planning for sustainable development of a region. How much marks it is? 15 marks. So what you have done? What you will do? You have done something, right? You will write the carrying capacity here. What is it? Or the first part of the answer will be addressed here. Importance. Okay. What else? Carrying capacity and sustainable development you are linking. How you are generating points here? GS syllabus. Polity, social, economic. Any other dimensions you can think of? SDG goals. You can think on that line also. This is very, very broad question. Like sustainable development of a region is asked. So you can connect it with everything. We'll see in next slide. So this is what is carrying capacity. We'll see those all dimensions in next slide. What is carrying capacity? Any other? Even if you don't exactly remember what it is, still you can guess it out. It's not. It can withstand sustainably. Okay. Here it is given that a word is used, anthropressure. How much maximum anthropressure a system can withstand sustainably? That is called carrying capacity. It can be in terms of population. It can be in terms of other impact, greenhouse gas emissions, carbon footprint. All these can be different parts of anthropressure. And how much a system can withstand it, that is carrying capacity. Okay. So what is sustainable development? Wherever you are citing this, cite this commission. The whole definition is coming from here. Otherwise, it becomes very schoolish. Meeting needs of present generation as well as future generation. That is the idea, right? If you cited, you at least give something more to it. Class 8, 6, same thing is still running. For all forever, that is shorter version of it. The idea is same only. You should balance economic, environmental as well as other impacts. So these are different dimensions. One you told right now. You can think on SDG lines. This is not for this question. In economy also, you might get questions regarding sustainable development, something like that. So all there apply this framework. This you should prepare very thoroughly. Where else you can use this? In introduction, in conclusion, all these places also you can use. And this can also serve as a framework for generating points. This question is very direct. What is other framework? Syllabus wise you can, we already discussed all this. Look here, what is this? Sustainable development majorly has 3 dimensions. One is ecology, society and economy. So think on different dimensions of ecology, how it is impacting. Think on different dimensions of society, like equality, health and education, all this will come here. Think on different lines of economy. investment, job creation, research, all this. So this is another framework for deriving points from sustainable development related questions. You can include this diagram also, these three Venn diagram. Go ahead. So how will you prepare this? You have made any notes? What you can do is, where it gone? Call. Screen gone. So many distractions today. What happened?
Nothing.
Okay.
Thanks. You have this triple something.
Okay.
Maybe it does price there.
ठीक.
If they want me to teach now, मुझे आना ही चाहिए.
So this is one basic framework. You can make the notes for these SDGs. Don't make it very extensive. Very rarely you will get a question directly related to SDG. But still, if you make this kind of a notes, it can be applicable like so many places. You make a way forward for poverty in society also, you can put it. So many other areas. So you can club 2-3 goal also. Second goal, what it is? Zero hunger. So you can put those together, goal 1 and goal 2. The idea is, what is the target you write here? That will be directly coming from SDG. What are achievements? You need certain data here. What data we have given? 2004-5, 51.5% was the incidence of poverty. That has been reduced to how much? 16% in 2019-21. This is a UN report data. Now, what is government approach to end poverty? Rights approach. NFSA. How much percent it is covered? 67% of population. Like food is made a right. You have a right to food irrespective of social or economic status. Garib Kalyan Yojana, that is more related to COVID times. What it does? Providing cash also to women, providing other equipments, not equipments, food products, all these items. Manrega, you will cite job security aspect. Social assistance, what comes in it? Old age pension scheme, handicapped pension scheme, all this will come here. Challenges to poverty, regional variation. Which report it is? Multidimensional poverty index, Nidhi Aayog. Wherever you can remember the report, you should, where you are citing data, put the report name also. Where very obvious data, then you can avoid. Something like India's border is this much. Don't write report name in there. But in specific data, see the regional variation in poverty. How much is Bihar poverty rate? 51%. This is multidimensional poverty. Kerala, it is 0.71%. That is very huge difference. Like that, beyond the difference, you cannot imagine that kind of difference is made between these two. Urban poverty is rising. This Manrega is for urban also. It is only for rural right now. Urban, yeah, some projects are there, but in extensively it is not available. Urban poverty is rising. Hidden poverty, what it is? Poverty. You have anything to add? Lot of lack of capability for what? No, it is not lack of capability. It is hidden poverty itself, like nutritional poverty itself. Like in PDS, what we usually give? Wheat, rice, all these grains. Beyond that, like people will have food to eat. There is no lack of food, but there will not be essential nutrients. Like anemia is how much it is? 58% of women in reproductive age is having anemic in India. So all these come from nutrients are not met. Even though food is available, nutrient poverty is still. Feminization of poverty. What does that mean? Female eat last, female get less food compared to men, all this comes here. Feminization of agriculture, that was in society, you will familiar with that. It is good or bad? Feminization of agriculture. Bad? What is way forward? These are like some successful models. What is ADP? Aspirational District Program, Niti Aayog, all these. What is major idea of this? It is not bringing something new funding. It is not bringing new funding. What it is doing is convergence of existing schemes. So that the it is focusing more on implementation aspect. Verbal targeted implementation of education aspect, health aspect, and that will be a little bit customized to the requirement of the district. Kudumbashree model, what is it? Self-help groups. Kerala it is. And what is specialty of this? Self-help group plus local self-government. They are like leading, they are combined together, coming together and implementing the Kudumbashree project. And they are like throughout network in Kerala, you will see some kind of work going on. In COVID, there was free kitchen, 1 rupee kitchen, all this. Similar to universal health insurance. What is major health insurance? Ayushman Bharat. How much is the coverage? When it was launched, it was so what it was publicized? 10 crore families, more than 50 crore. It is said that more than population of Europe, USA, all these countries combined. To some extent, is correct. That was like you build your own agriculture in your home, urban farming, all these kind of things, kitchen gardening, all this. Promotion was given in some state. I think Maharashtra was promoting it. So this like that, how much it takes? Half page. Make something like this for every SDG. It may be like 10-15 pages. Complete it and keep it. So many questions you can give some examples. Government schemes like this only you can study. Otherwise, making list of government scheme and studying it become very hectic. So what we do for this specific question? You can either go with SDG or go with this Venn diagram approach, or you can, nothing is working, you can go with that syllabus breakup also. Thing is, more than 5-7 points should be there in your answer. It's a 15 marker, right? And there is not much parts we can divide this. What is given here? Sustainable planning. What does it mean? Carrying capacity, everything when you are substantiating it, relate it with carrying capacity. Anywhere resources are limited, there is water resource, it cannot go beyond some, it cannot go unlimited. So you should have a efficient planning system so that wastage is reduced, all this should write in it. When you are substantiating it, bring in the concept of carrying capacity. You have done like that? Little bit. Green growth, invest in renewables, pollution control measures, all NCAP, whatever way forward you have prepared for that, you can write it here. Waste management, circular economy. What is circular economy? We told, reduce whatever the wastage is coming, we will use it again input as some other processes. Plant migration. it should have all these aspects. It should have some economic points, it should have some ecological points, and it should have some social related points also. Planned migration, what is issue? Slums, ghettoization. What is ghettoization? Slum area will itself be divided into one community will be living here, one community living, some kind of polarization. This can lead to social clashes, all these issues. Population control measures, city forest. Any government scheme you can think in this regard? Urban forestry, Delhi government, very good. So all these very similar schemes. The idea is this is how you generate points under 3 heads, and your answer should have something related to social also. Don't make it only environment related. Sustainable development doesn't mean that it should focus only on environment. It should have some economic aspect as well as social aspect. Or if you need more points, you can go with SDG goals. Then you will get at least 10 points. You can easily make up. And whatever substantiation you are giving, connect it with carrying capacity or limits of resources, all this. Go ahead. So what way forward? Not necessary in this question. We have kept some case studies, some examples you can use. Not here, in some other question also. What is this? Tanka technique. It's a water conservation technique with underground storage facilities were created. In UP it is. Mangrove tourism promotion in Panaji, Goa. What it was done? Mangroves are itself a very dense ecosystem. Sundarban mangroves, all this for tigers, all this. So what they have done is they made this mangroves area a tourism center, ecotourism center, so that they will get the money to conserve the mangroves. At the same time, the ecosystem will also benefit and tourist and revenue will also come. So ecotourism was explored in this aspect in Goa. Green highways, what does it include? Pollution free highways, and if it is passing through some forest reserved forest area, make them flyovers so that animals can pass off. All this will come under this. Government is giving a push to it recently. Other aspect to it, you can give some plantation, afforestation along the highway. Some project like that is also going on. 1% you have to part of highway project, you have to spend for afforestation. So all this you can club under green highways initiative. Eco-labeling, what does it mean? Categorize the products which we use based on how is the carbon footprint, ecological impact or greenhouse emission, that product life cycle impact of it. So that people will also be aware we should use lesser impact product. So this was to some extent did in Kerala. Then this has huge potential to be implemented throughout state. Clean homes, clean city initiative, what is it? Solid waste management system. How waste is managed right now? Whole waste is collected somewhere and processed centrally. So what here it was done, it was decentralized, like within wards some small system were arranged, and like that only those products which cannot be processed there, they will be taken for centralization. Whatever you can make manure out of it, that will all be done at homes, if not at homes, at ward level. Only very specific waste, plastic waste which you cannot burn, they will be taken to centralized processing plants. So this was done in Clean Home Clean City initiative of Gopalpura. That is also in Kerala. So many things are coming from Kerala. So these are not specific part of the answer. Still somewhere you can cite to give some more quality to the answer. Go ahead. So conclusion, what is Earth Overshoot Day? For 1 year, when we pass the carrying capacity or our anthropogenic impact cross that limit, which the whatever system, Earth system can replenish itself, That day we call as Earth Fruit Day. How, when it is coming? This year I think it happened on July 28. Last year it was getting in August. Every year it is coming closer and closer. Go ahead. Third question. Yeah, now next two questions are very factual. We'll keep ourselves limited. So what is takeaway from this? Some questions are coming factual. Everywhere you cannot go and put some framework and generalistic thinking. And some government schemes are repeatedly being asked. Jal Shakti Abhiyan I told already, and CAP is being asked. So at least from environment, make a list of major schemes which there is probability of coming. And there won't be that much huge number of schemes, whichever it is in news. Usually mostly questions are coming from this part, environment. So must do for environment. Other topics, if some major development is there, then do. But environment, these questions are last 5 years, there are 2-3 questions. So you should focus that on environment. Okay. So NCAP, is it still going or it is completed project? Still going. What are different parts you can, how you divide this? What the question is saying, what are key features of National Clean Air Program initiative by Government of India? What you did? Tell me. You wrote something about it when it was launched. Okay. When it was launched? 2019. How you remember exact date? Okay, you studied. You googled and went. Okay. What else? You included features. This is 15 marker also. It's very tough. Limitations, then you included way forward. Prospects, way forward. Thing is, all this keep limited. Even though you have space, you have knowledge, still keep limited. Focus maximum on this only. Even though 6-7 points only you can maximum generate, still this is what carry marks. Features. Save our time, like don't try to sit and fill 3 pages. Give some flexibility, 2.5 page you are writing, or just more than 2 page you are writing, keep it there. Don't forcefully like just to fill space, write 5, 6, 7 limitations. It's all good, your knowledge I am not questioning, but marks will still come from features only. Keep this limited but include it because question is like that. So you can include all these dimensions, still major focus should be on features only. Next question is more tough, I guess. Yeah. So in introduction, yeah, this is one generalistic introduction for our air pollution questions. Study some data, not just for air pollution, this is for air pollution, for water pollution, whichever pollution you can come in news, make a list of 1-2 data regarding it. What it is saying, World Air Quality Report, out of 15 cities, polluted cities, 12 are in India. That's staggering. Which other report will have this dominance? Verse 3 in India only. Which one is worse? Neighboring countries, Pakistan, Bangladesh, Dhaka and all. Which is most polluted in this? Delhi? Noida? Go and check. What is this Lancet estimates? Per year more than 1 million is people are dying due to air pollution. There are so many other specific data also, like your age is reducing by 2.6 years depending on where you live. If in Delhi, then it may be more than that. 90%, yes, I cited it somewhere in the PPT. 90% people are already living in polluted air, breathing polluted air. All this. Idea is remember few data and Lancet study, some report you should by heart it. This question directly it is about a scheme, but still you can contextualize and put your knowledge. So it is due to high level of air pollution, high level of issues in Delhi and all this. That is the context for a new scheme in 2000. When launched you told? Sure. So that was the context for launching a new scheme NCAP. Go ahead. That this should also come a part of your introduction. Like don't just leave by writing some data, like mechanically citing some data. Connect it something with what is being asked. This pollution becoming a major issue. 1 million means how much? 10 lakh people are dying every year due to pollution. This is why this has become a major issue and why we have this context in. Getting? Go ahead. So this is all the basic features of the scheme. There are two takeaways in it. This is like basic, what the scheme is about. What the tenure, 5-year tenure from 2015 to 25. Major objectives, air pollution control, augmented approach, all this. Multi-stakeholder collaborative. What does it mean? There is a role for every organization, like a city, then Delhi government, Delhi city administration also has a role. It's not like a top-down approach. Some level of decentralization is being thought of, but in implementation it becomes. The idea is how much is trying to reduce? PM 2.5, 20 to 30% they are trying to reduce in next 5 years. Now the target, this is very recently in news, last month I guess. So anyone remember? Last month the target was revised to 40% by 2026. And what is else they are saying? Out of 132 non-attainable cities. Non-attainable means this is the standard we have kept. PM 2.5, 40 micrograms per cubic meter. Remember this data 40. Next question we will see how much is WHO permissible. Our permissible limit is 40 for PM 2.5. And how much? 132 cities are already out of it. These are non-attainable cities. And government is saying even though they are not attaining these levels, 95 cities are showing considerable improvement compared to 2017 or 18 levels. So there is progress indeed, but it is not that much considerable. So what is this? Here there is one good thing about it. There is one way of writing points. If some strategies, this is not part of this question, strategies how to reduce air pollution. Somewhere you need to generate points. This is how you should think. How local level it is going to impact. After that, how a city level or state level, what is the strategies needed. Then come national level or regional level. Then transboundary international level. These are 4 dimensions. This question it is not that much applicable, but this is how you think. And look at how the points are also being generated. Land use planning, that will come under state department. In local, what you will put? Congestion management, traffic management, odd even scheme. That is more like odd even will come under state also. Otherwise, like irrigation management, all this will go under local body what they should do. State level planning, 24/7 power, enforcement agencies, institutional development, some reform should happen. All this go under state. In central, legal development, like we told in last question, EIA, there should be some legal development. All those development should come from center. State cannot do much on it. Transboundary means ISA, INDC target, all this you can connect with. ISA is renewable energy, not exactly this question. Yeah, got it? We're not discussing too much on these scheme specific details. If any new schemes are coming, keep a note of it. Otherwise, if some very much big scheme which is already criticized in news, some schemes like that in environment, then you should do some preparation. So what are challenges? Weak mandate. What does it mean? EIA, what we told on EIA, there is no clear legal aspect to it. The same issue is here also. How it is done? No notification under specific act. Even if a notification under EPA, that is EIA has that much credibility. Here even that is not there. Only instruction, central government instruction is given to who is implementing all these? CPCB. Who is CPCB? Central Pollution Control Board. So instruction is given them for them to do the planning, do the stuff, all this. But it's still not a legal framework, no institutional framework. That is not well established. What else? So no institutional framework, then how it will function? Institutional framework means some enforcing mechanism will be there. Like state government, some XYZ is given, then they should do it. They don't do, there will be some consequences, all these criticism, all these popular issues will come. But if it is, there is no such an institutional system, CPCB is going to a secretary and saying that you need to do this. Maybe state government has more tendency to overlook. CPCB is not like something above state government. It is just a central government agency. So they are working as an advisory group. They can only they cannot give mandatory provisions, mandatory orders, nothing, there is no lack of powers. Multiple plans, like what is this? Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change. So they are having different plans. Other ministries or road ministries are having different plans. Like air pollution is coming from different aspects. Like construction activity, that will be taken up by other ministry. So every ministry is having different plans, and there is no, and then this one NCAP is also one of the plans. It's not like a one plan integrating all this. That integration element is missing. Everyone is working with their own system. What is this Graded Response Action Plan? GRAP, something like that. It is implemented in Delhi during winters. Maybe now we will see. The idea, what is the idea? There are different steps like this. Pollution level is this much, you do this. Like clarified it is put. And when pollution level crosses this mark, then your response should have more gravity. And highest mark when it crosses, you should close down all school education and higher steps will be. So there should be some clarity which step government is going to take and objective analysis of it. So that is put in this Graded Response Action Plan. It is mainly based on Delhi. There is scope for those in other cities also. Regional action missing. Prescriptive manner, what does it mean? We told that there is some kind of bottom-up approach, collaborative approach. In paper it is, but in working it is becoming top-down only. When it is like, however, the last plan should come from cities. Delhi pollution management, cities will make the plan. And if they are making a plan such that only the minimum criteria is kept met, and there is a plan in paper but not effective. So that is what is happening in NCAP only. Mostly all cities have plans, but plans will only work when they are like customized to their problems, city level problems. Every city is not having same kind of issues. So those customization, those extra effort is missing in whole NCAP working. Poor fiscal backing. One time allocation is given of 300 crore. And this is like a project with a grand vision. And it is, currently it is for 2026. And it is projected like it will be extended for next 20 years and all. So vision is great, but fiscal backing is not there. So obviously these are some XYZ limitations you can think of. What else? Way forward. This is one case study you should write in all your air pollution related answers. Beijing success. Beijing, before this New Delhi, if you remember in school time and all, Beijing was king of pollution, and there were pics like nothing will be, people will be sitting in some benches and all, background will be all smoke and all covered. Just like Delhi, what we are going through. People with mask and oxygen is priced, all this criticism, everything is related to Beijing. But they have, even this 5-6 years, they have achieved tremendous progress. 33.53% reduction. And how they achieved these points? They used integrated with pathways. They integrated, not air pollution is not just air pollution problem. You have to redesign industries, you have to conserve water, you have to have forest management, traffic management. It's only solution will come with integrating all these. You cannot just go and solve one problem at a time. So integrated approach was taken. Multi-tied accountability system. That is what in NCAP was missing. Like if city is not doing work, there should be some system to check and say that city level is the problem, or state level is the problem happening, or central level is the issues. So even there is no system to people to understand where is the blocking coming. Nuanced approach, like every city is having different pathways. What is working in Delhi will not work in Jaipur or smaller cities. So you need the plan to be like that itself. Odd even is very much applicable in Delhi, but may not be that much useful in other cities. Fiscal strategy, long-term plan commitment should be there. Cannot work with a one-time. Stringent targets. This we will see in next question. Our targets, what was the number? PM 2.5? 40. And we will see what is this for this. Somewhere we need to align it similar to these global standards. Need more study on health profile of cities. What does it mean? Health profile of cities. We told that Lancet study, what it is saying? 1 million people are dying due to health pollution, air pollution. Now in air pollution also there is lack of study, lack of data, how it is impacting young children, how it is impacting young people, how it is impacting older people. So many aspects, how it is impacting women, all this. So many data on how impacts of air pollution studies are still missing on India, especially in cities. So we need to clear this gap. All this you can put as way forward. In conclusion, what you will do? What is it? Something like we need more local as well as national action with something teeth. Otherwise it's only great in paper, and implementation we are still the most polluted cities. Go ahead. Last question, what is it? I don't think we should spend any time on this. It's good this question came for 10 marks. Read the question once. Describe the key points of revised global air quality guidelines recently released by WHO. How are these different from last update in 2005? What changes in India's NCAP are required to achieve these revised standards? How you address this? 3 questions are there, that's good. 3, all 3 are. What are different parts? Write something on revised air quality guidelines. How it is different. What you will do if you don't know anything? NCAP, what changes you suggest for NCAP? Suppose you don't know these guidelines, you are seeing it first time in paper. How will you approach this question? Leave the option of totally leaving the question. What does, you can guess to some extent. What it will be doing? A revised air quality guidelines is coming, and the guidelines previously it was 2005. And that time air pollution may not be that much of an issue. Climate change is still coming onto the picture. So today these all are big issues. So what will they be doing? Keeping stringent targets, keeping some more mechanism how to resolve. Awareness, institutionalization, what are the measures that can take. So you can think on that lines. What the WHO guidelines will contain and address these 2 parts. Exact numbers, data, if you don't know, you don't know. But think for 3-4 points you can still generate if you think on generalized standards. What else? NCAP, what you will do? Thing is, when this question came, 2021. Last question was. So if you have studied PYQ a little bit, NCAP, you will know what it is. Now what you can suggest? We have seen way forward of NCAP in last question. Take some points from there. What else we need to do? Connect it to air standards, air monitoring. Four dimensions you can think. One is that what? PM, how much is the numbers? What else? Organizational structure, how it should be. Then PM, how much it is, you need monitoring mechanism. Monitoring methodologies. Think on these lines, then include some other point also. Beijing model, case studies, whatever it is. 4-5 points here you can generate. At least 4.5 point come from here. Something marks you will get. Still exact marks, don't look for getting all marks in these kind of questions. But some other question, like yesterday we discussed which one? Nuclear, solar energy. These are like hit question. There you should have all your creativity, all your data, all perfect answers should come. Here, even though the answer is not perfect, it is still okay. But instead of leaving the question, you can think on these lines and generate some kind of points. You are done, you haven't written, right? You written this answer? No, you left it. Try something from next day, even if you don't know, nothing you can guess also, then you leave it. Otherwise, try some guesswork and show the answer. Yeah, try. You can do innovation in this. Don't do innovation in sure short questions, which you know exact data. There don't go for super innovation. Here it is, you are lacking something. Anyway, you are not going for getting 7 out of 10 or 6 out of 10. You are just writing this for getting some marks, 3 marks, you will be very happy. So try innovation. If you are, no issues, I am not prescribing you should write, do this. You can be innovative, try some diagram, like a cycle approach, something like that.
We are giving separate headaches, then we are writing in either it will be clearly visible that
this guy doesn't know anything. It will be visible in paragraph also. Don't think you can fool. Yeah, go ahead. So what you will give as introduction, same thing. Some data regarding air pollution. This you can do. You all come prepared with this data. Not just air, water, all other pollution also, solid waste pollution, all this. Prepare some data. This is which you were saying. 9 out of 10 people in world are already living under some kind of air pollution, not following standards. 90% means how much it is? Almost everyone is living in polluted situation. Only people, those who live in mountains, they were saved. They will also come in this soon. So what else? This is about the standards, air quality standards. What it takes, anything new? 6 classical pollutants are included. Which are the pollutants? This. There was one prelims question, remember? Long back, 2017. 19 also there was something. These pollutants were given. In 2016, I guess there was one question where these pollutants are given. Air quality index, which of these pollutants are a part of it? This question repeated again. And that time, there was one option with CO2. I remember it so much. And CO2 is not a pollutant. If you can know that much common sense you apply, you will get the answer. 3 options get eliminated, you can pick one. Yeah, but you think that in exam or after exam, that's more important. So what are the pollutants basically? These are same pollutants which is in that India Air Quality Index. India is also having some monitoring program. Ozone, NO2, SO2, carbon monoxide, all this. Quantitative statement means exact statement is given. Exactly this much is the limit for each of these. And that too in different time frame. Like overall year average it is 24 framework, it is 403 and all. I think peak is also given. in peak time this should is the maximum limit. View on other pollutants. The idea is if you are putting effort to control these pollutants, other pollutants will automatically get controlled. It's not like you will work only on certain pollutants. So some points you are generating regarding the guidelines, and these are exact data. And take note how much is PM 2.5. Annual average is 10, and 24-hour average is 25. And how much is we are allowing? This is also in 2005 level. Now it is 5 and 15. How much is our standard? We are more than nearly 3 times or 2.5 times. And here also our nobody is even following these standards also. So if we keep this, then all in India will be smoking polluted air. Still it is improving. 95 cities are showing improvement. So maybe will future we also become Beijing, something like that. So these are exact data. It's not humanly feasible to write this in exam. At least PM 2.5 you can remember, or PM 10.2 data you can remember. That's great. Even one of these is enough, 5 or 15. So they have different methods of collecting evidence and all this. This you can use as, this is we have to do the same method in NCAP also. You can do this as next part of the answer. Higher certainty on health effects. Like previously the awareness was very less, air pollution was not that much a major issue. Differentiation like these, 24-hour, annual, peak season, all this is given. Go ahead. You don't want pick for this? Previous one you want. Which one? Go ahead. So what else? How NCAP can change? This is the same slide which you used earlier. NCAP way forward. If you are connecting it with air quality guidelines, write some points first. So you write this point first, then include any of this. Don't keep Beijing first. Write something like you have to revise target. 40 is not acceptable in long term. At least after 2026, make it somewhere in line with global standards. Effective, we need better monitoring system. Monitoring system should also be in line with whatever the guidelines is saying. Implement best practices. This guidelines also have best practices for controlling certain PM. What are they? Black carbon, something like black carbon and other PM also, which are very specific pollutants. So for controlling these, there are some best practices provided in these guidelines. So NCAP can adopt those. After that, we can give all this what we have discussed in NCAP or studied in NCAP. So that's it. Conclusion, you will make up something. Connect with that framework will exist. Connect with the fundamental right. Which right? Article 21, connect with this, you can do. So this is topics for tomorrow. Jal Shakti Abhiyan, there is one question. After that, coastal sand mining. This came in this year also, remember? Coastal erosion issue came in 2020. So solid waste management, how it is, different aspects. Don't go through the question, exact question. Prepare the topic and come. Then wetlands, what are they? What is this? What is major convention regarding wetlands? Ramsar Convention. So study something about these also. Montreal Protocol. So that's all for today. All the best. Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Today we have third class of environment and biodiversity. So overall, how many questions were? 12 questions, including today. Tomorrow you will have 2 questions from same topic, 2 questions from disaster management. So tomorrow and one more class will be there for disaster management. That will be probably on Monday. Saturday we are not we have some other program going, so may not be free and all issues. So Monday we will do disaster management, the second class. So that's it. How was today's paper? लिखा, पढ़ के आया था. कितना लिखा? All four. Very good. All written, all four. How was it? Easy? Challenging? In answer writing. Question was? I think data is a big matter in environment. Like in security, you can juggle with examples at so many places. You can escape. Give decent justification with 1-2 examples you have, 1-2 case studies, it will be done. Here, most of the argument you need some data to substantiate it. You think क्या कर सकता है? Something like workbook. देखता है, not sure about. In pollution and all, there is predictability. There is air, water, other radio, e-waste, something certain it is. Wetlands. ये भी directly repeat हो रहा है, something like. सोचता है. What else? Start करें. Same approach we are following. What we are doing today overall? I think you are all very clear about how to structure answer, how to space allocation. That things we are not discussing nowadays. Somebody is watching new. We have started from IR. So all these class, what we are doing is, you have 2 page for 10 marker and 3 page for 15 markers. So if a question is asked, you have to exactly fill maximum page for exactly what is asked. If features of a scheme is asked, major part of your space should occupy the features of the scheme. You can include the context, why the scheme is launched. You can include challenges, way forward. All these are very good value additions. But all these should be minor parts. Major part of the answer sheet should be what is exactly what is asked. And if you don't know exactly what is asked, to some extent you guess. Like in one question, WHO question, we did yesterday. Even if you don't know, you need to attempt it to some certain level. Some decent guessing you can do depending on the question, topics and all. What else? If still it is not working, don't go for some question you don't have content. It is a very specific question. Even after guessing, you will get very less points. In that kind of question, don't try to fill all the pages. Save time there. 1.5 page, leave it there and go for the next question. Don't write something which is totally not asked, and don't do that and fill the pages. What else? That is about general structuring of answer, what we have been discussing also. What else we are doing is in every topics like causes of air pollution, consequences of XYZ. We are trying to give some structure to the thinking. Structured thinking. If you have a very generic outlook, still you can write the points, but the points may be unidirectional. Some points, very important points, you will be missing. Like there was one question on city planning yesterday, sustainable development. So if you have some approach how to think, then multidimensional point can come. Otherwise, migration point, maybe you will forget. We will focus more on infrastructure. That bias will be there in answers. To avoid that and to generate 4 or 5 very quality points, we are trying to give some structure to the point generation. And here also 7-8 methods we have discussed. So one thing which you can notice is, in IR there was a very static, one structure was applicable in many questions. So it was still very easy to inculcate. In others, that is very difficult. In security, we have seen temporal approach, spatial approach, all these different aspects. So you have to, according to topic, you have to decide it, and for every subject you should have 4 or 5, this is what I am going to do. Like here we have specific, SDGs we never did. We never generated points according to SDGs. So that is something we can really explore in it. That is maybe more applicable in this. In environmental questions also, agriculture questions also, it may be applicable. But that is something which is new, which we learn from doing this environment and disaster management. What else? Then basic things we all covered. I think you are all not making mistakes nowadays. Don't like overwrite introduction, don't put unnecessary stuff. In diagram also there was one mistake which I have been commonly seeing is, you make India map, if it is a security question, give something security aspect to it. Don't make it a geography map. Don't show Meghalaya, Assam, Northeast. That is not the point. Do some insurgent, where is the insurgent affected areas. Give some aspects of security into that map. In biodiversity, if you are making a map, Ramsar site you are citing, give some aspect to it. Why there is one question today on coastal mining. So anyone made a map of it? You can think of, if possible. Yes. Map should, whatever diagram you are including, it should convey some arguments. If it is conveying some argument or other points you are writing, if I can clearly understand the point looking at the map, then it makes sense. Otherwise, for the sake of diagram, don't try to push it inside the answer. You are making so much diagrams. Abhi bana raha hai. Okay. Your answer always have some diagrams. Ye aaj ka hai? This is also one very good approach. Always keep some sort of creativity. Something like this, something box. But don't move away from what is the demand of the question. Everything is good. Don't make it like one whole page here, and that is not what is asked. Aise nahi hona chahiye. Okay? So that's all the basics what we are doing. We'll discuss 4 questions and see what more we can get out of it. So this is first question, read it. Coastal sand mining, whether legal or illegal, poses one of the biggest threats to our environment. We have a statement, analyze the impact of sand mining along the Indian coast, citing specific examples. So how you address this? Tell me. We have a statement. What will you do to substantiate it? You are giving how it is a biggest threat. This part you are trying to substantiate. Or very good. Citing specific examples. What are positive points of sand mining? That part we don't have in PPT. Anyway, that's very good. So first part you are doing is biggest threat to environment. Some substantiation you are giving. You can club it with introduction also. If no definition, no data you are getting into mind, club whatever the statement is, idea of the statement, club it with introduction. One whole page, how much? 10 marker. Only 2 page you have. 1 page you allocated to all this. That's 50% in the size, but we need to answer more what is asked. Should not be 50%, it should be half page. 1 page you cannot dedicate to this. All this you write introduction, including introduction, biggest threat of it. All this should compress it into half page or just more than half page, not more than that. What else? Sand mining issues. Here we have analyzed, so you may include positive, negative. Focus more on negative. Trend of. After that, you still have space, include a way forward, steps or whatever. Then conclusion, you can write something. So that is it. All. Anyone did anything else beyond this? Don't write separately. Like I will also show in separately, because that is comfortable for you to understand only. But in actual exam, It is better you club example within this. When making argument itself, example should reflect there itself. It should not be separate box. Okay. Let's move ahead. This is, we are starting with some data. 60 million tons of sand is being mined every year. That is the demand of the sand. What else? There is a term like legal or illegal. So giving some perspective on it may be okay. So is it legal or illegal, beach sand mining? It is in generally banned under this Coastal Regulation Act 1991, but to some extent it is permissible. Why is in news recently? What is the controversy regarding beach sand mining and all? Since last maybe 6 years. Since last 6 years, private sector is banned from doing the beach mining, and government is now trying to think of reopening it for private sector. So due to this, there have been some articles regarding this in news. Yes, some recent changes. So that is why something in prominent. Beyond that, that is always coastal mining is always in news. Why? There has been degradation in Kerala coast, in Tamil Nadu coast. Almost all coastal states have some certain issues with coastal mining and all. Now 75% of sand mining happening in India is illegal, considered to be illegal. 75 is quite big number. So something like that you can include biggest threat dimensions also part of this introduction. Move ahead. Click on. So here what we are doing is impacts of sand mining along Indian coast. So what we are doing is we are thinking of how to generate some of the points. So one approach, this is similar to what we have discussed yesterday. Either you can think on these dimensions, environmental dimensions, economic dimensions, something else. Social, here it is written natural capital. You can think on social also. That is, anyone followed this? How did you generate points? Like in sustainable development, we discussed this. Environment, economic, social. So you can think along these lines. Impacts of coastal mining on different aspects. Not just limit to environmental aspects. What else? All you can think along SDGs. We have 17 SDGs. Everything will not be applicable here, but at least if 6-7 SDGs you can connect with, you will get the points. But for that you should be very thorough with the sequence of SDGs, what are in SDGs, how to do that. One small slide we shown how to make notes of it. So better do it now itself. How much? 17 SDGs. Few SDGs you will club it, like poverty, zero hunger, no need to separate it out. So maybe in 10 page, a half page if you are allotting to one topic, within 10 page or 12 page, you have all SDGs. SDGs, not just SDGs, we are dividing into targets, some kind of achievements, what else? Government schemes, what else? Challenges and way forward. So all SDGs, make a table something like that and list down 4-5 targets will be 1-2. Don't go too much into it, numbers and all, don't go do that. Just understand it is related to poverty, zero poverty or no poverty or something like that. Achievements you need to put in some effort. Latest data you need to collect, Nidhi Aayog data, some related data which shows the improvement or converse also, vice versa also. Government schemes, 4-5 schemes list, major schemes only. And here also don't make an exhaustive list, 10-20 schemes you don't need. Whatever topic came, you need only 4-5 schemes to mention. And challenges also limit to 4-5. Rest you will make up in the exam. Way forward also, way forward may focus more on writing some case studies, writing some specific examples where some poverty eradication has been done. So do this exercise, keep it handy. And it's not right for an environment, we are doing it for every GS paper, it can be used liberally. So that is two approach. Either you can go with this SDG approach, environment, economic and social aspects, you can generate points, or go with SDGs. What is this? There is one more thing we discussed when, one more thing we discussed on security. When you are getting any report regarding sand mining or security aspect, terrorism report, just go through what are the parameters. Just go through the report and see the parameters. And if that parameters is, every report you cannot replicate. Many report the parameters may not be useful to you. Only data we can reproduce in the exam. But if there is some report where that parameters can be used as some kind of point generation framework, where we use this? Terrorism. Legislative measures, technical measures, legal measures, all these 4-5 dimensions of certain terrorism index we have seen. Money laundering, it related to money laundering. So whatever report you are preparing, do this exercise also. Data anyway you will take from the report, India ranking, how much is the XYZ data, that anyway you are doing. But beyond that, just have a look at the different parameters. And if you can just list down it in half page, then do it. Only do it if it is in half page. If some report is having 20 parameters, don't do it. There is no use of it. Only 4-5 dimensions you can think of. That is only we can stick in mind. So in that direction you prepare this. So what is here, what we have done? This is another aspect of it. This is taken from UNEP report on sand mining. So go through the report, you will see a box like this. If you are making digital note, it's just 1/3 page. Just put it there and finish it off. And whenever you are going through, just go through it, then you will remember some of the points. It's not, these are not generally you can by heart this, but connections you will anyway remember if you go through it regularly. After that you generate point like this also, you can cite the examples. Okay. So what we have done here, we discussed so many approach. Here we have what is done here. We are dividing it into, what we are going is coastal mining is happening. We need to generate point on its impacts. So what we are doing is geographical aspects. Let's clear up. We are dividing it into geographical aspects. Terrain will be, coastal terrain will be impacted. Coastal erosion will increase due to mining. Now this is regarding coastal terrain, like within sea part or coastal part. This is inland water bodies will be impacted. How? Estuaries, delta, there will be more seawater intrusion into it. What else? Marine ecosystem will be impacted. Natural sea processes will be disturbed and this will lead to impact fisheries. You can connect this with economic aspect also. After that, something related to biodiversity, how this impact life systems. Like this is also geographical point. After that, yeah, missed it. Then we connect it with disasters. What is disaster vulnerability is increasing? How? Coastal degradation will increase. Buffer zones, mangroves will be lost. All these you can connect. Climate change, how will you connect? Sea level increase. Sea level, connect it with sea level rise. Sea level, which report you will cite? Connect something related to IPCC. So sea level is going to rise, like it, by 2050, all our cities, Mumbai, Kochi, Madras, all are under risk of submergence. So you can cite something like that. That is from 6th assessment report. And remembering that is not that difficult. Assessment report, we have been speaking it all days. And it is not a specific data also. So whenever you are citing risk of sea level rise, try to connect it with IPCC report, all this. What else? Coastal infrastructure is under risk. coastal pollution. Then we are coming more into economic aspect. Livelihood will be affected. Fishermen communities livelihood will be affected. Tourism will be affected. You can cite example of Goa. If beaches are not there, then what tourism will you have in Goa? Yes. Migration impact, social impact, you can write those. Anything else you have written? So the idea is, if you have some structure, to give some structure to the thinking, after that 10 points easily you can generate. If 10 is not coming, 7, 8 you should generate. And even in that 7, 8, if 3, 4, 5 point is having some data, some example, some credibility to it, that will make very good impression. Down water table, salinity will increase. Yes. Olive Ridley title, all these will be impacted. Sundarbans will be affected. All this you can connect with. Examples you can think on that lines also. Different types of coastal areas, what kind of ecosystems are there. Like what is having in Kutch is not what is having in West Bengal. So you can connect with that also. Very good. What else? Anything to add? You have written something? Yeah. What else? Positive aspects that is not covered here, you can write. How many of you have written? The keyword is analyze. So you have some flexibility to write some positive aspects of it. But thing is, this is mostly a negative topic. Coastal sand mining, this is having a more of a negative attitude. So don't make it a very big part of your answer. Make it small. 3, 4 points you are citing, that is good enough. Which points will you cite? Coastal sand mining, it is asked. Mining means what minerals are important in coast? Monazite, thorium reserves we told in nuclear questions. Beyond that, job generation, all this coastal infrastructure development, all this you can connect with. So here are some certain examples. You can see how the coastal lines are going ahead. This is red line, you can see. This is 1968 and that this is 2012 lines. This much of coast is being lost. This is Kerala map in Kollam district, I guess, near to Trivandrum, at the southern end of Kerala district. So you can see how much impacts, like there are cases of so many islands were there. These islands are all disappearing. Even it's not ending in 2012, this rate is increasing. So all this ecosystem, all this infrastructure, livelihood, everything regarding in that area is being impacted due to it. You can, examples you think on different coastal lines, like in Sundarbans, how will be affected, in that Odisha, what is name? Bitakanika, how these Olive Ridley titles will be impacted. Goa beaches, 60 feet land, 5 feet land is already lost due to coastal mining and all. Tamil Nadu, mainly mining is doing for critical minerals. Go ahead. Yeah, this is way forward. That is also not too much into, that is not too much required here, because that is not exactly asked. But still you can give a diagram, you can give a something like representation, 2-3 points you can add. So this is also taken from the same report. Recently this UNEP report on sand mining was in news. These are the recommendations which you should do. So in future, like sand mining is kind of evergreen topic. This year we had question on what? 2022. Not remembering. Coastal erosion. There was one question on coastal erosion. So coastal erosion, sand mining, something like that. In CRZ also controversy is going on. Regulation of coastal zone, Lakshadweep issue was going on before. So all these, sometimes this is always in news, one reason or the other. So this is can be asked in the future also. That's why we have included this also. The idea is this is also taken from the UNEP report. When you are having some report, one specific where recommendations are there, then take a note of it. These points no need to by heart. They are very generic. You can connect this with our specific cases. How to implement the XYZ, some points of these in improvement of Sundarbans, how to improve something in Kerala. Think on that lines and develop the way forward. Now there are other specific measures mentioned here. What is sand? Sand, one major use is in construction, infrastructure construction, everything sand is being used. So what is sand? Which should be used for construction activities. What is it? Marine sand, not marine sand. Very outward guess. What else? What else it can be? Sand is natural, right? This is manufactured sand. It is. Idea is it is artificial. It is made from quarries by crushing the stones. So idea is you don't need to go to sand mines and you don't need to create issues in the riverbed. But still other side it is creating issues in the quarries and hilly areas. But still promoting of that is one alternative solution to this. Anyway, we are having so much infrastructure projects. That pipeline, this pipeline, which is major one. NIP, National Infrastructure Pipeline. How much is the funding? Char Dham. How much is National Infrastructure funding? NIP funding? 1 lakh crore. Anything else? What is this 111 lakh crore? 1 lakh crore. What is this 111 lakh crore? 111 lakh crore, right? So all this construction, government is the major creating demand of this sand. So government should itself have some policy. All these policies, the sand, how the demand will be, all this mapping is not done. Where is the sand available and where is the demand? They may not be at the same place. So how will optimum level, how we can do this? Because the demand is majorly coming from the government. There is scope for doing all this exercise. So that you can reflect in your way forward. Use of technology, how it helps? Surveillance, mapping, all these. What else? General public in mitigation efforts. Like if the riverbed is already destroyed, if some mitigation program is going on, then community program is much better. You can cite some examples regarding it. Kerala beach, in Kochi beach there is some clean Fort Kochi program, something like that. Homestay, there I think homestays were clubbed together and they did something to protect the pollution and all this. Something on example you can give, that will be fine. Blue flag initiative, yes, you can cite that. Certification, which beach is having India certification in India? Kochi have. Kovalam is also having. Abhi more or beaches bhi hai. That you can cite. So move ahead. So in conclusion, you will give a balanced conclusion. Economic consideration are there, but economic, environmental, that should be having a balanced outlook. Okay. Go to next question. What are impediments of disposing huge quantities of discarded solid waste which are continuously being generated? How do we remove safely the toxic waste that have been accumulating in our habitable environment? 10 marks. Very, very straightforward. Tell me what you are going to do. Why these impediments means? Issues, hurdles. Why our solid waste are not being properly discarded, or issues regarding that you will write. What else? How to remove this? toxic. That will be 2 parts of your answer. Then way forward, I think way forward is not required. How to remove, you will write in a direction of way forward. Other measures you can write if you still want to write. Introduction, what you have done? कुछ नहीं लिखा. वर्ल्ड का 10% इंडिया में है. ट्रीट होता है. Okay. Out of total waste generated in India, only 10% is treated. You cite that data in introduction. What else? Per day or per year? Per day. You cite that data, how much waste is being generated per day or per year or whatever it is. You can only start with data this question. And this also some kind of a static touch to it. It is also not current affairs. Waste generation, what is the issues? Even for prelims, which book you follow? Shankar IAS, whichever book you follow for environment, there is section for this waste management, all this. So best introduction is data itself. These are some very big data. These are taken from CPCB annual report. That CPCB is making annual report on what? Solid waste management policies, how is it going on throughout every state. So they are making the report. This is data from there. And we have a collection efficiency of 95%. That's quite impressive. But there are so many issues, underlying issues associated with it. Segregation is not there. After collection also problems are there. Treatment is not proper. We will see that. This is per capita, how much is generated per day. Around 120 gram per waste per day is being generated. Go ahead. So how to generate points for this? Yeah, solid waste management, these are generic. Why we kept this is, this question can repeat. It's not we are, instead of discussing exactly what is answer for this is a question that can repeat. So these are different steps of solid waste management. Starting from waste collection, these are basic steps you can think in the exam hall itself. Segregation, yeah, segregation. After that, storage at some mini storage setups, transportation, then processing, and after that disposal. What will be, suppose you have to write issues of it, think on these lines. In waste collection, what could be issues? No segregation. Segregation, we have other points. So what other issues can be? Who does the waste collection? Local bodies. They doesn't have the capacity, and very unscientific manner the waste is being collected. Even if at the source segregation is being done, suppose at home we are segregating the waste and giving, there is no system to take that in that way. They will mix it up and take it away. So all this you can write here. In segregation, lack of segregation is the major issue in the here. Storage, it is becoming a part of pollution. Leaching of land is happening. This you can cite. Transportation issues. Transporting waste is very costly. Cannot be transported like any other means. So you need so much investment into it. That is not provided. Like if you have a rough data on how this fund is going on, 70% of fund is being spent in collection itself. So all these processing plant, every other, there is high fund, lack of fund. In processing, what will you write? There are scientific methods. Like if it is a bio waste, it should be treated like this. If it is an organic waste, it should be treated like this. Incineration, what is incineration? Burning the waste. Which type of waste we burn, do this incineration and all? Harmful waste, something like biomedical waste and all. So where it should be done, how it should be done, all this we have lack of capacity. Processing capacity, we are still landfill approach. Major waste processing means still well landfill. That is the level many cities are functioning. Disposal also similar to processing after that. So this is one level. In issues you can follow this method, life cycle approach. Now if you have to suggest way forward, think on these lines. We done this for exercise for yesterday also, one question. Like local bodies, what they are doing, responsibility, think from the responsibilities of local bodies. What is the responsibility of local body? All this initial part should be done by them. Collection of waste, segregation of waste, initial storage, all this should be done by local bodies also. State government come the next. State government should land allocation for this processing plant, or allocation of fund, budget, revenue, all this for plant, all this should be done at state level. National level, what you will write? Legal aspect, some policies, CRZ we discussed, something like that. How checking the accountability check should be there, Niti Aayog should be part of it. So all this can be done at central level. Global level means wastes are also being exported, imported also, which there is one convention for it, Rotterdam Convention, that is for hazardous waste. So we need such measures. Basel is also there, Basel Convention. Minamata is mercury related. Anyway, we need such a system so that we have this waste, if it is transported at cross boundary between countries, it is not happening that developed countries waste are being dumped in developing countries or least developed countries. That scenario we need to avoid. So we need mechanism for that also. Then you can think on these lines also. If nothing is working, apply this. What is this? Very direct. This also will work in many questions. It's not, but take it at the last. Otherwise, all 20 questions will become that. Okay, move ahead. So this is, what is the part of it? Impediments of disposing huge quantities of solid waste. Here we have done similar to what we have discussed. Waste collection, we have a 70% of fund is being dumped in waste collection itself. And that also I think started recently, this Swachh Bharat vehicle and all. After Swachh Bharat came, there was some impetus to it. Still the most of the impetus is in collection stage only. We need more things to happen. Segregation at source is not happening, even though it is by law, all waste should be segregated at source itself. Still it is, implementation is lacking. Dumping issues, open dumping is still followed. 90% of our dumping are unscientific, unsatisfactory methods. Technology gap, unscientific methods like we told incineration, all this is not followed. Okay, social issues, how, that's interesting. Informal sector means like rag pickers, they are still dominantly doing all these works related to it. They are not registered, they are not getting any benefits. They have severe health issues due to what they are doing, but still they don't have any health programs. They're out of the system. Informal sector it is. Social issues, how will you connect? Most of the people working in this sector are lower caste. So there is caste aspect to it, caste dimension to it, health impacts. So these caste vulnerable society, they are getting the troubles of all this due to this. Lack of awareness, local bodies have to do so much works. They are not aware of environmental impacts of so many waste. So all these issues, land allotment, sometimes there will be protest. If XYZ land is allotted for waste processing, there will be fear from local community that our environment will be polluted, so all this will come. Secondly, last point, you can write something related to consumerism, throwaway attitude, and still in cities you can see people having all big education, still throwing waste in the road, no civic sense. So all this you can connect with it. What happened? You done that? She does that. Whatever. Yeah, it's okay. Don't do that next. Move ahead. Got some structure, right? What you have written? Where you find gap? No data, you are not having any data. This structure you haven't thought of. That points didn't root. What else? You have written good? Yes, yes, yes. That you can do. Next part we will show that. That is also one very good approach. You can think from different types of waste and impact, what impact it is creating. Legal issues you have written. What is specific point? Rules. Yeah, yesterday we were discussing similar lines. This is a rule under a specific act, no specific legislation for that. We have Air Act, Water Act. Solid waste, we don't have much act. Very good, very good. Yes, 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 yes. Singapore, all these countries we are importing. What else? Unplanned urbanization, slums, rag pickers, all this you can connect with. Good, good. What else? What is next part of question? Here, this diagram you should by heart. Somewhere you will see 3R. 3R means only three part, this much will be there. Somewhere you added a recovery and disposal also. So whatever like waste management, some question come, this should be a key used as a keyword, you should be used as a diagram. You have to, how to use this is, draw this diagram, like reduce, reuse. Then here you write how you can do this. If here this is regarding solid waste. So connect it with how you can reduce generation of solid waste, how you can reuse solid waste, how you can recycle solid waste. Give 2, 3, 5 points. Sometime question may be e-waste. So do whatever changes you have to do. Anyone drawn this diagram? You are drawn. What is that? Abhi draw kiya. Okay. Anyone drawn some other diagrams? This is like basic keywords which you should stick in your mind. Whatever waste management, circular economy, you should draw it in a circle, but very similar points you will get. Okay. And here how points are generated? Take pick. Let's see. Hi sir. Hello. So how this is generated points? Like he told, we are generating points with thinking from different kind of waste. Organic waste, toxic means it include everything. Don't just limit your answer to certain kind of waste. Everything that is too bad is all toxic. So organic waste, what to do? We need some waste to energy system, biogas, biomethanation, all these system we need to implement. Composting should be there, manure we will produce. In situ, ex situ. What is bioremediation? Some kind of microorganisms will be used to process these or waste, and it can be only applicable for, mostly for organic waste. Now phytoremediation, what it is? Bioremediation, we use microorganisms. In phytoremediation, who will you use? We use certain kind of plants. Example, eucalyptus and all. Sometimes they have the capacity to absorb and keep waste to their root. So if some land is degraded, you plant there. But they are also like what? Invasive species. Lot of resources, they can damage the environment also. Still, it's an example. Inorganic waste may basically recycle whatever. Mostly inorganic waste you can recycle. Mobile phones, all this. E-waste, what to do? What is urban mining? not necessarily landfill. There like so many mobile phones. We will create a system so that to extract minerals, all this from these, mostly from e-waste and all. So that is urban mining. That can be part of solution. You don't got. You didn't get. No or yes. Urban mining means like we all use mobiles, and every home there will be so many mobiles which will be useless. And these mobile all have which all elements? So many elements which can be recovered, which can be reused, all this is. So there will be some companies which will work on this. They collect mobile phones, they collect not just mobile phones, that's just an example. They collect all the urban devices, waste, all these things from urban areas. Then they try to extract minerals from that. That is urban mining. Biomedical waste, if it is organic waste, you go for processing, all this biomethanation, all this. If it is very dangerous, hazardous waste, then go for incineration, something like that. Radioactive waste, we already discussed in that nuclear, go for deep burial and all. Have fair idea? This is a very scope area where you can use diagram and it can be very effective also. Move ahead. So way forward, it's also not that much required. Still, we are doing it not just for this question because it can be of use in some other means. Common waste facility, what it is? That is also part of it. Major is we have different kind of waste, biomedical waste, e-waste. So all this can be processed within a small range of area. One plant is not just for organic waste, but with this facility will be for different kind of waste. PPP model, that is recommendation by Niti Aayog, like we are making road. So in waste processing plants also we need private sector engagement to increase. What else? Legal aspects, like this rule is saying that in every 150 kilometer there should be some common medical waste processing treatment plant in every 150 kilometer throughout the country. In urban areas it is met, somehow there will be one because demand is huge. But in rural area it came in 1998 after how many years? Okay, 20, 24 years, 25 years, 24 years. It's still lacking in rural areas. So we need something more to implement on these lines. Do away with landfill sites. Landfill site means that is very dangerous way of, anyway, you can connect with so many issues. So we need to get away with this. Health impacts to local society, leaching, water, groundwater pollution, so many issues with landfill. So even if you are using landfill, there should be covering of it, plastering of it. Scientific method should be, open landfilling should be avoided. Locality based approach. Yesterday we discussed this, Alapura city, clean home, clean city. So what does that do? Waste processing is either done at homes itself, otherwise at ward basis. It's not like whole city waste will be collected to only those waste which cannot be processed at ward level or at home level, that waste only will be collected. Everything that can be processed within the local body system itself, they will make some arrangements for it. Best example is this, clean home, clean city of Alapur. Best practices together for clean Kochi initiative. It's similar to what we have discussed right now. Colors of Panaji, what they did? Landfill free city, bin free city, something like that. Some good initiatives are being brought up. Vermicompost, organic waste in Andhra Pradesh. At least 2 examples you can think of that will work. Okay, move ahead. Conclusion, mostly you will cite some SDGs. Which SDGs are related to this? Water and sanitation, it is SDG 6 or 11 also, sustainable cities. Either of one you can connect with and give a decent conclusion. Or if you haven't used this, then you can use 3R strategy. This also as a conclusion. Okay, move ahead. Yeah. So this is third question. This is also very easy question. What is a wetland? What is wetland? Explain the Ramsar concept of wise use in the context of wetland conservation. Cite 2 examples of Ramsar sites from India. 3 questions are there. Very specific, very direct. Which all parts? Should we discuss parts? What parts you will write still for sake of it? You can club it with introduction. What is wetland? You will say. What is wetland? You have written like deep water habitat is the terrestrial, in that transition zone is wetland. Okay, anything else? Any other concept? How you defined it? Area around water body including the water bodies. Okay, ठीक है. What you dot? 4 centimeter. Who told you all this data? ठीक है. Static or flowing, it is there. What is lake? Tell me what is lake. Prelims is coming. Lake wetland of difference you will study. Like static you are saying. But you told flowing or static in wetland also. Then what is difference? What do you call it a wetland? This is wetland and this is lake. What is the difference? What is higher in lake? More water in lake. Anything else? Lake is also a wetland. Something like criteria is there. What is it? Something is something is more deeper than 6 meter. We call it as lake or water body, whatever it is. Something wetland includes all those. Next slide. Wetland include all those areas where there is water for some part of the year. Some land is there. Suppose in monsoon season, water it is covered for 2-3 months. All those areas where water is filled for either for few times of the year or throughout the year. All these include wetlands, and depth should be less than 6 meters. Idea is water covers the soil. Water covers the soil for certain part of the year, at least minimum. That is one part. That is generalistic definition. If you don't know exact number, 6 meter, 3 cm, whatever it is, exact numbers you don't know, you write this kind of a definition. Idea is water covers the land for at least some part of the year, and how covered it is not necessary. Is this paddy fields a wetland? Paddy fields you have seen, right? There will not be water throughout the year. Only during that growing season there will be water. But that all comes under the definition. At some part of the year there is water. And technical definition is all those flowing, static, whatever water bodies you can think of. The idea is low tide does not exceed 6 meters. Within 6 meter height, wherever water is standing, all we put inside the definition of wetland. Even not technical, but small lake with small depth, all this we put inside wetland. Okay. What else? Some data is there. India is having more than 2 lakh water bodies or wetlands across the country. 10 million hectare, more than 10 million hectare we have as water bodies. This is some ISRO survey done in 2011. Wetlands of international importance, that is under Ramsar Convention. We have how much? 75. Why 75? Earlier it was? Yeah, it is increasing every year. Like 47 was there few years back, then it became 64 recently, then 71st Independence Day was coming and government announced 11 more and made it 75. So it is 75 as of now, maybe more will still come. 5% around, more than 5% of area is, India area is wetland. So data you can use. In this question you don't have any choice to use data. Start with what is wetland, because exactly it is asked. Okay. If you don't know exact data, don't go to write 4 centimeter. That will backfire. Then give a generalistic example like this, like she has written. What she done? Transition zone bit. That is technically not correct, but still it is better than citing a wrong data. You can still remember, it's not a big tough deal. Go ahead. What else? What is this wise use? Wise use concept of in the context of, don't read all these and this. What you have written? You have come studied or not? This is one question, even if you didn't know anything, you should still write it. You cannot leave it. Wise use, even if you don't know anything about wise use, it is something related to wetland conservation. So sustainable development, all these elements you should combine it. So tell me how you approach this. You have written that part only. That have you written? Balancing economic aspect as well as environmental aspects. Anything else? Sustainable development aspect you have written. Exact definition you don't know, you still have to go ahead with this. Wise use can be that only, something regarding that. Maybe exact definition may be different, but still you get some marks for it. So what is wise use exactly? Thing is maintenance of wetlands so that their ecological character is not changed. What is ecological character? A wetland gives so much services. What services? Not just for humans, for biodiversity. Water will be there. Groundwater replenishment will be done. What? Resources, so many other resources. And so many food for these birds and all, migratory birds. So many other life systems are depending on this wetland. So that all services should not be changed or altered completely. Some little bit alteration, that not we are talking, but total character should not be changed. What else? Through implementation of ecosystem approach. What is ecosystem approach? Similar to is ecosystem means, what is ecosystem? There is something written. Like so many stakeholders are there. Like life is there, water is there, land is there, human beings are there, other life forms are there. All these have some certain stake in this wetland, and they should have some consideration. If you are making a design or plan or something, construction is doing there, all their needs should be considered in the planning, considered in the design. That is ecosystem approach. So 2 basic keywords you should remember, then you can juggle with it. One is ecological character of the wetland should not be changed. Then whatever design you do the design. It's not like economic exploitation should not be done. Do the economic exploitation, but follow the ecosystem approach. Consider all other elements also. This is like something like another diagram which we are using for sustainable development. See, a system is there. System means other life forms. So many other life forms like frog, migratory birds, all these. People, values, all these should come into picture when you are designing the whatever XYZ in wetland. If nothing is working, you should write this. Conservation of the wetland plus sustainable use of the resources. If that two are coming together, we will say that some kind of wise use is happening. Okay. Okay. What else? What is next part? Give two, what is this? Wise use of, like it is a 10 markers. If you just define wetland, how much space it takes? 4-5 lines. More than that क्या define करेगा? Diagram भी नहीं बना सकता. If wise use also you defined, it will take other half page maybe maximum. Still we have pages to fill. What to do? Expand wise use. How will you expand? Last part of the question is also you cannot do much. It is cite 2 examples are given. So you cite 2 examples, write 2-3 lines of it, finish. Beyond that there is no much scope to add. So expand wise use. How to expand? What all constitutes wise use? What are the elements? What we do so that we can call this is a wise use? So give some examples regarding that. Like valuing productivity of the wetlands, livelihood, GDP contribution. Like if you are making a project, this should all considered. Flood mitigation function it will be doing, aquifer recharge function it will be doing, climate resilience, carbon sequestration. All these function wetlands are doing, like we told for this wise use. So all these elements should be considered. Just expand this what we are told before. No over exploitation, pollution should not be there. Community based approaches should be promoted. Bioright scheme. What is this? This is a specific example. Bioright scheme means if some community will be living based on livelihood, deriving livelihood from the wetland, give some money extra credit to them so that they will conserve the wetland instead of over exploitation or using some chemical fertilizers, all these kind of things. They may not be using it, so they will have some losses. To mitigate that as well as to protect the wetland, give some funding to people living around these wetland areas. So integrate they also into the part of wetland conservation. Use of ICT monitoring systems, you can drones, all you can connect with here. Go ahead. So this is also not part of the question. Why we are including this is if wetland is asked, wise use part is asked, and we are including wetland every year. Every prelims you are writing 20-30 new wetlands have been included. So there can be possible question on what criteria we are putting the wetlands in. Take pick together. I think we should stop this practice. Go to YouTube and. So what is criteria? How to, okay, how to, you cannot exactly remember all these criteria, exactly 1 criteria, 2 criteria, 3. This is what you, if you open the Ramsar website, you will get this something like this. So how to remember this? Criteria 1 you have to get this. What it is? Some kind of rare, unique, natural wetland type is there. Some kind of natural rare ecosystem is there. Then you can classify it as Ramsar. Now this criteria, these green lines, sorry, what is it? Blue color, you remember. Based on species and communities, you can give the Ramsar site to a wetland. Community or species means some endangered species are there, some vulnerable, critically endangered species are there, or something like that. This you can remember. Some endangered species are there, then you can give that as what? Ramsar site. What else? Based on water birds. If X number of more than 20,000 is the number. But remember that birds are also a part of it. If more than that 20,000 birds are visiting that wetland, then you can put that in the list. Otherwise 1% of some individual species, population of some species, 1% of that species is being protected in the wetland or they are dependent on the wetland, then you can add it. Other criteria is based on fish, bird, species, fish, something other, taxa like plant. So these are different aspect to it. Only these you have to remember. Exactly citing 9 criteria is not feasible, and that is also not recommended. But these bigger dimensions, fish, if it is having some important fish life critically endangered, or you can cite, then you should add it. Some special plans are there, 1% of individual population is there, then you can add it as Ramsar site. This is only added, this is all not required in this question. We added because sometimes a future question in this regard comes. It's a very basic thing also, and government is juggling with it. So can be. So prelims relevance also to some extent. Go ahead. 2 Ramsar sites in India. Which one you will cite? If you remember recent one, cite that. Anything you can cite. There is full flexibility. If you remember something near to your home, cite that. If nothing is coming into mind, take the bigger ones. Chiliga, Wular Lake. This one should be in the Ramsar list. So put those into it. Wular Lake, Sambar Lake. Where is Sambar Lake? What is specialty of it? Saltwater inland lake. Okay, this you will do and write something about it. It is there. This is something. Just give a 2-3 line definition. What is the major challenges being faced? If something related to news, it is there, then, or any species is important related to it, cite that. Go ahead. Pick ho gaya? Not required. Challenge. Conclusion. Something like that is very, conservation of wetland is very important. You should take all these measures. Can we? Very difficult it is. SDGs is one approach. every question SDG you should not do. In GS3, 4 question, 5 question maximum. That's 15, you have to find some other means. Schemes, it is very difficult. If there is some vision, like next question, what is? Jal Shakti Abhiyan. So there is Jan Andolan, make this water conservation a Jan Andolan. So that is a vision of the government. So you can connect with some vision. That is exact scheme in conclusion, that look awkward. It will look like a specific point you are writing. Go to Ministry of Environment, Forest Science. Take some vision if they are wanting. Okay, move ahead. So we have last question. What are salient features of Jal Shakti Abhiyan launched by Government of India for water conservation and water security? So this is very similar to NCAP that we did yesterday. Sometimes they are asking very specific government schemes. Next year you are going, do prepare and go. Environment more importantly, because here there is continuous question. Some new schemes being launched this year, some new approach is being launched, then must prepare it in environment. Okay. So this question is very factual, we don't give too much time into it. So this was launched in 2019, Ministry of Jal Shakti. That time it was covering 236 blocks. How this 236 block is coming? Highly water stressed district, some data collection was done, and there were 236 blocks in India which are highly stressed. So in that blocks, this scheme was implemented first. And what the point is? Campaign like water conservation, promotion, all this. Jan Andolan, making something like Swachh Bharat, we are making another statement on water conservation also. So then it was extended in 2021, Jal Shakti Abhiyan Catch the Rain. Like catch the rain where it falls, that was the, when it falls. That was the theme of it. Then it was extended to all districts in the country. So that's basic idea. That time you can only write this much. It was asked in 2020 and all. What more? These are different aspects of the schemes. Five different focus areas, reuse borewell recharge structures, water conservation. These are very generic points. Intensive afforestation, watershed development. This, even if you don't know water conservation, what all measures it will take, you generate 5, 6, 7, 8 points. That will only work. If you exactly remember, then you can connect with some of it. These are some of the approaches, intensive areas approaches, which is being used under the scheme. Something very interesting is 3D village counter mapping. This you can use it in way forward of some other questions. Village mapping that can have an impact on connect with scientists, IITs, urban water reuse, Krishi Kentra Mela. So all this point you can use as what way forward in some generic question also. Okay, specifically too much learning on this scheme right now is then not cost effective. Still, if there is some considerable improvement in the scheme or changes, then you have to prepare before the exam. Got the idea? So what is it? Best practices, some case studies are given. What is this? Galmut Dar and Galyut Shiva. Some scheme of Maharashtra government. What they did is, they desilted all the water bodies. After that, the silt will be given to farmers for free. They have to pay something for transportation only. Then they take away the silt. What they do with the silt? Manure, or put it in the, it is very, what? Fertile soil that is getting from the wetlands. So they can put it and put it in the fields and they will get. What else? Community led spring shed management, that is in Uttarakhand. Bundelkhand area, traditional water bodies were revived. Similar one is done in Andhra Pradesh also. Revival of dams, revival of, yes, Kakatiya Kingdom, old generation dams, Mission Kakatiya, that was done in Andhra Pradesh. Revival of traditional dams, traditional water conservation systems. Telangana it is. What is it? This is a new technique, FB Tech. What it is? See how we process the urban water. That becomes very inefficient. We need more infrastructure. So this company, this technology is imported from Singapore. You are making a statement on technology, somebody imported technology dependence. So this is also taken from Singapore. So what this company does is, like if a flat, there will be some amount of water. So this company will install a water recycling plant at a decentralized smaller levels for 1-2 homes, for a flat system, all this. So this can be scaled up. One international example based case study, which one you cite? Water conservation. Netherlands, maybe. Netherlands is famous for what? Case study, which case study you will cite? Flood management. Never heard of it. Go and check. Netherlands was one country like which was highly devastated through every year with floods. Then 1950s they started something like managing rivers, making dams, all this doing scientifically. I think after that they never faced the issue of flooding. So that is like world's best model for checking this flooding, Netherlands. Israel, yeah, Israel is very good example. You can cite for this water conservation. How much? I think. Yes. Something Israel, around 85% of water they are recycling. 85% means it's very huge. They don't have water, that is one reason for that. But still. What else? Move ahead. Conclusion, you will connect it with some SDGs or something like that. So what is pending? We have 2 more questions for tomorrow on bio, environment and biodiversity. One is for organic farming. Rest of the question you should guess and write. Then disaster management come prepared how to handle earthquake, how to handle landslide and all. Okay. So that's all for today. You can show the answer and we'll wind up. Thank you. Good evening everyone. So today written to paper, we have 2 questions from biodiversity section, 2 questions we have from disaster management. Yeah, so tell me feedback, how was it? You have written, you too? क्या नाम है? Vijay. Okay. Prabhat. Okay. How you know about the program? Okay, okay. He's come. So you have written the paper. How was it? You have written the mains and attempted all 4? You also? What about you? 3. You all? All. Very good. How is it? Easy? Doable? Any issue, any specific issue related to today's? Biodiversity Act. No, earthquake question. Earthquake, okay. Very, very specific in nature. So what you are doing all day? We'll just a brief. We have 2 new students, so we'll just brief. Few mistakes we are trying to avoid in answer writing. One thing is, we have done this since IR, structuring of the answer. So what is basic things to note in this? One thing, introduction, conclusion. This should not be too long. You have to write a very concise introduction. Don't make it half page. Like many answers I see, half page introduction starting like that. So don't do that. Very basics. Conclusion also. Keep it very limited to 1 line, 2 line, 3 line max. That is it. Secondly, if a question is asked, there will be core part of the question. Suppose features of the scheme is asked. You have the liberty to write what the context the scheme was launched, what are the issues in implementation, way forward, how the scheme can be improved. All these are peripherals. If scheme is asked, it is a 10 marker and you have 2 page. Question is, what are the features of Jal Shakti Abhiyan, yesterday's question. So you have written small introduction. Then major part of your answer should be exactly the what is asked. Features is asked, features. Whatever you do extra, you write way forward, you write challenges. It is up to you whether you want to write. You have the knowledge, you have space, you have time. You can include all those, but keep the space very limited to for all these activities. Okay, and here core part of the answer you should write something. Don't make it a diagram. The whole answer don't make it in a diagram format. Other parts you can represent with diagram. You can be innovative in itself. Getting? If 3 part of the question is, divide the paper such that core demands of the 3 question is asked, 3 is met decently. Shouldn't happen last part become very small or 1 part become dominating. That mistake you should avoid. What else? Then next thing we are doing is, what was it? Giving some structure to generate point. Structured thinking. What does it mean? How to approach different dimensions. If causes of landslide is asked, how to approach it? Something like yesterday's question, which was it? We have done different approaches like life cycle. In IR we have one single framework. Values, strategy, national interest and strategic. Think on these dimensions, most of the question you can generate 10 points, 10, 15 points very easy. For IR we done this. For security and environment, we are doing some other frameworks like life cycle. Sometimes we do stakeholders. Sometimes we do what? Syllabus wise division is there, then temporal division is there, then local bodies, state government, regional, all these approaches we have tried. So we have 7, 8 standard frameworks which you have been continuously putting in different questions. The idea is if you have a standard, something to think about, something different approaches to think about in the answer, it is very easy to generate points in different dimensions. Otherwise, sometimes your point become very unidimensional. Sustainable development, think on lines of economic, social, and environment aspect also. Don't limit all your answer into environmental aspects. Social aspect should be part of your answer. So this was what we are doing, and in disaster environment we are specifically doing with SDGs. Do SDGs thoroughly. We made a framework how to make a small notes of it, 10-page notes. Do something like that so that in 10 pages you are covering all the SDGs, and revise it n number of times, and it can be a structure, it can be used in conclusion, introduction, different places it can be applicable. So this is whole picture of what we are doing the exercise. Today is 22nd, 23rd class, 24th, okay. So all the YouTube videos are available in YouTube, you can watch and write the exam also. Okay, get started with today's. So let's read the question. First question, Sikkim is the first organic state in India. What are the ecological and economical benefits of organic state? So tell me what are different parts of this answer? How you are done? Major part is, what are two? Ecological benefits and economical benefits. What to do in introduction? You can define organic farming. You can give data. You can give something related to Sikkim. Sikkim, a statement is given. So you can connect with Sikkim, why Sikkim gone with this. So in discussing answer, what we do is, we will not limit exactly to Sikkim. Even though the question is Sikkim, that year it may be declared this. So the question came from Sikkim perspective. When we are discussing now, limiting all the answer to Sikkim is not beneficial. So we will generally discuss what is organic farming, what are its different benefits and all. Okay, after that if you want, you can include a way forward from diagrammatic method, 2-3 points, that is enough. Then go to conclusion. Very straightforward question. All questions are straightforward, I think, except third one. Go ahead. So what is organic farming? What definition you have written? Bolo. Different aspects of it. You given a general definition which you can think of, make up. After that you presented different dimensions through a diagram. Something like this. Different aspects of organic farming. What else? What else? Anyone has written something else? You started with a government scheme. Why have you connected it? Okay. What was the context? How you presented it? Like this scheme is launched recently. Okay, okay. Anything else? Demand is increasing in recent times. After that? So what you are doing is context of it. Why organic farm is relevant, that you are trying to say. Still better if you can get some data also. Instead of saying organic demand is increasing, learn some data out of it. Organic, some data is there, I think. I don't know whether I put it in graph. Like per year 25% is the market growing, organic market in India. Growth is per year 25% for last 3 years, and it is predicted till 2026-27. 2%, something like that you can cite. We have written, no, we don't have here. Right, data also you can cite. How many 150 million farmers are already in organic farming? So otherwise, what is exactly organic farming? Standard definition, if you remember this, how to remember this? Exactly verbatim learning, that is not feasible. Learn some keywords of it. Yesterday also we did a definition for, what was it? I forgot. Point is, there were two key wetlands. There were some keywords, 1-2 keywords. Put that into your definition. Then you can define whatever else you can go in your own words. So here, what is it? Holistic production management system that enhances agro-ecosystem health, including biodiversity, biological cycle, solid biological activity. Actually, if an area is having some certain biodiversity, there are different aspects of it. Soil is there, organic, air is there, water management. All these biodiversity demands are not disturbed, and we are conducting the farming without disturbing whatever the biodiversity demands of the ecosystem. We are not disturbing the ecosystem and conducting the farming. Something in that regard you can define organic farming. Keep 1-2 keywords from standard definition. Learn that keyword. By the time exam comes, make a list of it and learn that keywords, and that should reflect in your answer. Rest of the part verbatim learning is not required. What else? You can give some dimensions of it, like you have given it. Bijamrita, all these dimensions you can give. Otherwise, you can think of, this is also very straightforward. Think some dimensions what constitute organic farming, then give 3-4 dimensions in a diagrammatic format. Or you can give principles also. Health principles, ecology, fairness, care, all these are different principles of organic farming. So that will give a fair idea how to address the introduction part. Anyone did anything more? You can go with data also. Data is also very much applicable here. You want to take pick? Okay. Go ahead. These are some data regarding organic farming. This is also part of introduction. I put the slide because we are doing organic farming in detail. So we have 2.78 million hectare area by 2021 under organic farming in India. What else? 150 million farmers are already doing organic farming. That is largest in the world, I guess. Madhya Pradesh is the highest state producing organic farming. What else? These are very specific data, not exactly required. Sikkim already became fully organic state. Some specific data, you can start the answer with this also. Most important may be this 2.78 million. Rest of all, go ahead. What else we are coming into the question? Ecological benefits of organic farming. So how you address this? How you generated points for this? No, I am asking, did you have any framework, what to think? You think about the agriculture cycle, how it is happening from preparing the land, then seeding, then all this till consumption. What else? Like stakeholders, what are environmental stakeholders in agriculture? Air, water, land, what else? Biodiversity, plants, animals are there. Human beings also, health part will come into it. So that is exactly what is given here. Like either you can think on different stakeholders. Think on different stakeholders. Environmental stakeholders are part of agriculture system. Who are stakeholders? Soil, and cite how organic farming improves soil capacity or soil value, soil degradation, soil erosion, all this you can connect with. Water, how efficient use of water, better management of water, no over exploitation, all this connect with this. Air, how you connect air? Stubble burning can be controlled. What else? Greenhouse emissions. Agriculture is a major part of emissions. How much it is? What it is emitting at least? Methane. Methane is emitting. What else? Biodiversity, some wetlands. So many examples we seen in wetlands. You can connect with it. Paddy fields are always considered as wetlands, part of wetlands. Pollution, what else? Pollution is exactly not stakeholder, but it will come with all the other also. Sustainable development, sustainable agriculture. Other approach to think is like you did. Think about different life cycle of agriculture. How is agriculture is doing? Soil preparation, right soil cultivation, water resource management, animal husbandry. What else? Recycle the crop waste. Somebody told, right? You told. Green manures will be used. So think on different lines of agriculture, different steps in agriculture. At least 4-5 steps you can think of, then you will get easily 4-5 points. It's a 10 marker. How many points we need? 5-6 points will suffice. In economic we will give 5-6 points, 12 points we will get. Okay, getting? So that is exactly what is written here. Pollution control. How? Better, less use of pesticides, no overuse of fertilizers. All this will come here. Maintain soil health, use of compost. Weeds are not completely removed. Some weed will be there always in the land, so soil erosion will be under control. Efficient water use. Natural fertilizers will be used. Water pollution will be under control. Wetlands. What do you connect with wetlands? What is algal blooms? Due to fertilizers. Basically, we add fertilizers in the field, it will run out and reach some lakes, some other water bodies. And in these water bodies, there will be nutrient concentration will be very high, and this will lead to so much of algal blooms. Algal blooms means what? Algal growth will become uncontrollable and very high. Some lake you can see in very green color, full of plants like greenish color. That is due to algal bloom. What is issue with this? Let me ask one thing. This alga is a plant, right? Plant produce oxygen, right? Then if more plant is there, how it will lead to? Any other option? You're getting the question, right? It's something like plants. And the growth of plants is increasing in water, then what is the issue? Why? How it lead to lack of oxygen? What else? What else? That's prelim modes. Prelim question, not exactly.
Cover the surface.
Yes, yes.
Sun rays will not be there.
Other biodiversity will be hurt. Fishes. That is also part of it. It will cover the whole land. Sunlight will not reach, and whatever underneath will be troubled. But still, how it consume oxygen? कोई नहीं, prelims we done it started. By the time May you can easily answer. Ideas, there are two aspects. One is they will consume oxygen to some extent. So some oxygen will be gone like that. But major component is there will be their plants itself. They are good. They will be all of the lake. But they die where they go. They die, they all sink. And in niche, ye becomes degradation happened, and they in this degradation process they consume all the available oxygen of the plant, and it will kill the lake. Whatever ecosystem biodiversity in the lake system or water body, the algal bloom can kill it. So that is it. What else? Stimulates biodiversity. GM crops will not be used. Connect with something, GM hazards. Lower GHG emissions, we already told. You can, carbon sequestration is also a point. What is sequestration? capturing of carbon. Greenhouse emission you will connect it with methane, SOx and all. Carbon sequestration is also a part of the process. So very easy to generate. I think all of you might have done it. Go to next. Anything more you have written which we didn't cover it? Similar to these lines. Anyone? Any other points which we missed out or we didn't? Similar, yeah. Go ahead. Next part we have economical benefits. Yes, invasive species control you can connect with. Exact point is disaster resilience, she is saying. You can connect with landslide. This क्या planting? Monocropping. Droughts, connect it with droughts. Disaster resilience will increase. Very good point. Connect with one or two disaster. Landslide is okay, drought is very good. Anything else? What diagram you have made? No diagram today? Move ahead. Economic benefits. How to think here? Stakeholders. What are stakeholders? Life. Okay, you are making two categories: input side, output side. Input side, all these seeds to water to all this. Very good. So he is dividing two aspects of it. One is input, second is output. Input mein everything will come, fertilizer, seed, everything. In output, product, marketing, all these aspects will come. Very good. What else? Similar to life cycle, you are extending it. That in environmental aspects, you done till harvest maybe. Here you are extending till consumer. What else? What you have done? Same input output you have divided. Yes, that's a specific point. Stakeholders, employment opportunities. Yes, you are answering specific points. I am asking approach only. Points, if you have the approach, exactly teaching content, that is not our motive. Some kind of answer writing approach, answer writing value addition, that is something we are trying to do. We focus more on these examples, some case studies, some data, and we will repeat it maybe. So it will come naturally to you when some question is approaching. And different approach, what to fit in what answer. You got 6 points, economic also. 4 points. Okay. So what is written here? This is the life cycle of what? Life cycle of farming, from crop planning, buying inputs till consumer, retail, marketing. So either you can go that way or same stakeholders method. Input output, this is also very good approach. Okay. Go ahead. What are different points? Input cost will be very less. Connect it with farmer welfare, doubling farmer income vision. When was the year for doubling farmer income? Did it doubled? Till when? 24. Okay. 2 years for COVID. Lower input, obviously you might have written. What's substantiating? We are not using GM seeds. We are not using artificial fertilizers, are very less. manures are using, compost is using. So anyway, input cost will be very less. Unaccounted account system benefits, that pollution benefits, health of farmers, lower health burden, social benefits that is coming out of organic farming, marketing possibilities, like who told here? Growth, introduction, 20-25% is per year growth. Which sector is growing at this rate? You will see very small number of sectors who can grow consistently at 20-25% per year. It is a small industry, that's why the accelerated growth is there. Still 20-25 consistently for 10 years means it will immensely improve. What else? Integration of contract farming. How? If you want to get the benefit of organic farming, it should be marketed as organic product. If you mix it up and market in the same mandi, then what is the point of all this? So there is opportunity by linking it with specialized, customized chains, marketing chains, supermarkets for organics, something like that. What else? Higher price realization. Organic products always have higher margin of prices. Export potential. You have any data? Cross 1 billion in FY21. There is some issue in this. In FY22 it is less than 1 billion. So don't plot a graph thinking 1 billion again next year it will be. Usually we do that. Don't plot a graph exactly here. Anyway, FY21 we have crossed the 1 billion mark of organic exports. US, EU are having around, I think, 85% plus market is to US and European Union countries. Consumer benefits, nutritional value is high. All these health issues due to fertilizer component into food system, all this can be avoided. Human health care you can connect with, human resource. What else? Give me a few more points. Circular economy you are connecting with. How? Give me. Yeah, farm waste is used as manure or some other inputs as next cycle. Okay. What else? Food processing industry, food marketing industry, employment, investment you can connect with. What else? That is little controversial. Some part it is higher productivity, some part it is lesser productivity. So, like I checked online, that is also having different data. Some data is saying it is having higher shelf life, higher productivity, but productivity is less. Productivity is less in general. Sorry for that. Productivity is generally less for organic farming. Cannot say high. Shelf life also having some controversies. Some people are saying higher shelf life. Some studies are showing lower shelf life. So better don't write productivity in here. It will be little. If you are writing productivity, cite exact data which study has shown that this has higher productivity. Higher return on investment. Yes. What else? Any new points? Similar lines you have written. Very straight question. 10 marker also, 10-12 points you should have written. I'll check after that. You have written. Okay. So this is not part of the answer. If you want, you can write. This is just for our knowledge. Major part is Sikkim. Sikkim has done this lower yield productivity, all this. Sikkim has done organic very good. But if whole country done organic, maybe some part of population will suffer. Food security will be hurt. Sri Lanka, they banned the fertilizer and that was also one major cause for the crisis. So too much romanticizing organic and all, there is risk, underlying risk associated with it. Spillover of chemicals. What is it? That is a negative point, right? It is written here. Shorter shelf life, but this is also very controversial point. There is some studies are showing organic products does have higher shelf life. So what to do in controversial points? Either you can go with don't write it, but if you are writing, prepare some very solid. If ICIR done some study, you should write some exact study. Otherwise it become controversial statement. What else? Marketing infrastructure gap is there. If it is not efficiently marketed, then spillover of chemicals. Yeah, I missed that. What is it? How you do organic farming? Without chemicals. You cannot do in your plot without chemicals. If it has to be implemented, then the whole area has to be organic. If one farmer is saying I will do organic only and he don't do any chemicals, but anyway the chemicals from other farms will reach his farm. There is no way to one farmer alone can make any change. If it is implemented, it should be implemented in a large wider area. So that is a big challenge. If you have to influence all the farmers in the region, you have to go region wise into this, getting them. What infrastructure gap in marketing? Backward linkages. If it is not marketed properly, all benefits we are speaking, it will become out. No standardization, grading. Standardization means some schemes are launched, recent schemes. Yes, NPOP schemes. All these schemes are launched, but widespread implementation is still lacking. Poor consumer awareness. At the end of the day, consumer have to pay high for something, he should be well aware of the benefits. These are some schemes, you can go and check out this. Paramparagat Krishi Vikas Yojana. What it does? It mixes traditional wisdom plus modern science and try to implement it in the field. NPOP scheme, which you have certification, some standardization grading tools are being implemented. Participatory guarantee scheme, what it does? Not exactly certification may be part of it. Main idea is, like if you have a farm making clusters, they will make a clusters of, I think, long area, 25, a long group of, in region wise it is uploaded, 50 or farmers will come together and they will make a cluster, then they will implement. What else? If you are converting into organic, maybe your yield will be low. So you will have to incur some losses. For first 3 years per acre, you will get X number of rupees. So some sort of incentives was also provided with the part of PGS scheme. Mission Organic, that is especially for Northeast. Huge potential is there. So these are not exactly part of the question, but for our knowledge, we are putting this slide. Go ahead. What you did in conclusion? Balanced conclusion. You are trying to writing all the benefits and trying to make some balance in the conclusion. Okay, what else? You are giving some way forward suggestions as conclusion. Very good, very good. Don't make it extensive. That is only 2 lines, 3 lines. What else? SC. You are like future vision of agriculture sector you are connecting with. Chalega. What else? SDG. Anyone connected with SDGs? Okay. Here also we have given some vision for future agriculture and connect with this. One approach is learn some vision. Go to the ministry. If you are doing XYZ, you are studying, go to the ministry, and whenever you go to the ministry website, something will be floating around like PPTs. And what is major vision that will come? At least learn that. Doubling farmers' income was floating for a long time. Now it is removed. Now some other vision will come. Point you are getting, connect that with conclusion. Or you can do with some way forward suggestions, 1-2 points you can give and conclude the answer. Move ahead. Yes, yes. Ashok Gulati, problem is he is one-sided. So you pick that statement that doesn't create a misbalance. He is like one guy who supports certain ideas, certain vision for agriculture. And there are other thinkers who totally oppose him also. So either pick a balanced person or pick such quotes that doesn't seem like a misfit. You can quote that quote. In IR we extensively use this. IR it is more relevant. There are so many quotes by foreign minister, prime minister and all. Here also you can do that. Good. You have done something? Okay, okay. You are thinking of. Yes, yes, yes. Yes, yes, yes. So if organic is coming, you should go and prepare this. Zero budget natural farming. After this, the integrated farming system. This question came in this year, 2022. So if organic is coming, then there is possibility for something like this, sustainable farming. Go and learn. It is all similar ideas, but still go and learn the definition, and something like this may be repeated. Go ahead. Second question. How does biodiversity vary in India? Very, very straightforward. How is Biological Diversity Act helpful in conservation of flora and fauna? 15 marks. Challenges is 15 marks. You need some content to fill 3 pages. So you are addressed. Anyone doesn't drawn map of India in this question? Everyone drawn. You didn't drawn. Okay, you didn't attempt it. Everyone who attempted, draw some diagram of India. So it will take some space. Then the first part is very easy. What are different parts of it? Tell me. Introduction, you will club it with first part of the answer. Maybe what is biodiversity and what else? You have written something else? You started with defining. Variation you have shown. What else? Can give a section about Biodiversity Act, then how it helps. This can be clubbed also. If you don't have much point on Biodiversity Act, you can club this also. This part you should have written, map should be there, and 5-6 point very easily you can generate. Okay. Anyone done more? Introduction, what you have written? Defining, definition. Anyone use data? Data is also possible. Anyone used? 4%? Yes, yes. 2.4% is India's area, global area, but we have 8%, 7-8% of biodiversity. You can start that also. Okay, challenges way forward, that is not asked. Still you want to fill page, you have time, liberty, all those. Make it very short and write, if you are writing, including it. Go ahead. So either you can start with biodiversity, if no data you are able to remember, just define biodiversity. And what is biodiversity? Remember a few keywords. It is diversity of all living organisms, starting from genetic diversity to ecosystems. Take pick together. Okay. Yeah, so either you can define it, very generalistic, don't need to by heart all this. Or you can cite some data like 2.4% is our area, we still sustain 7-8% of diversity. Don't give 4%, it will look very less. It is 8%. You first told 4%. 6%, 7, 8%, that is all it will chalega. But stark difference, it's something you should avoid. Or you can cite rank also in global biodiversity index. So mostly you have done with definition. Go ahead. So how to address the first part? This is also very, very fundamental question. I think nobody might have faced any difficulty in this. How you have thought this? What is thought process in this? Think on different region, Himalayas, what kind of biodiversity it is having, northeast what is, Kerala what is, middle areas what is, Rajasthan you have totally different biodiversity, Andaman and Nicobar, Lakshadweep you have totally different, 5, 6, 7 points, connect it with some national park there if you can remember, species there, any special species is there, this coastal, this olive ridley titles you can cite, then here what you will cite? Humangutan or something like that. Something like that you can, special species of that region you can cite. Orangutan. It's something like that. Not specifically I am saying there is a long list here. So something like that, relate with some national park there, some species diversity there, and you can easily generate 6, 7 in n number of points. But make sure that you fill it all in one page. Maximum more than one page. Don't make it 2-page answer because you don't know the next site. Don't make it overwrite it. Okay, we are nothing much to discuss here. Go ahead. So next part, Biodiversity Act. How to do this? ठीक है, वही करता है if you exactly don't remember. Thing is, if Biodiversity Act is asked, you should go and prepare the other acts. What are other acts? Environment Protection Act 1986, Wildlife Protection Act 72. Don't study too much, at least study just 5 basic points of that act. So if suppose a question this is coming, then next year if something is coming, you should have some solid content. Okay. So here we will discuss something about the act. What is the context of this act? Why it was launched? It was launched in 2002. It is written 2022. It is launched in 2002. What is the context of it? Yes, CBD. Convention on Biodiversity, India signed in which year? Earth Summit. It was signed part of Earth Summit. When Earth Summit happened? 1992. So 1992 India signed the Earth Summit as a part of Earth Summit and all. India signed CBD. Now CBD, what CBD is saying? 2 aspects to it. One is conservation of biodiversity. Second part is equitable sharing, profit sharing. Whatever profits are generated out of biodiversity and all this, it should be balanced and equitably, fairly shared with this. So these 2 are part of dimensions of CBD, and to implement this principle in the domestic legislation, we brought what act? BDA, Biodiversity Act, in after 10 years. It was a long delay, but still we brought something. So this much you can think, then you can go in these directions and develop some points. At least this NBA, National Authority, you will be remembering. Management Committee, if you can remember, very good. After that, if something National Board is there, then something State Board will also be there. So connect with that, some points you will get. What else? Then all these general points. In 2000s, we have seen how India's energy policy is changing. Pollution and all these factors are becoming a major issue. So anyway, we need more legislative power to it. Go ahead. All here it is 2002, not 22. So what is these objectives of it? Conserve biodiversity. There are 2 major parts of it. conserve biodiversity and profit sharing, equitable profit sharing. Control use of natural resources, all this will come here in part of conservation of biodiversity itself. Go ahead. Okay. So what else? We are seeing different provisions, conservation provisions. What are conservation provisions? Central government, role of central government is defined. Role of state government is defined. These are also very, very fundamental. What is role of central government? What will be role of central government? Making national legislations, making national policies, national strategies of bioconservation, all these. If any long infrastructure project, NIP, something like that is coming, there should be it's within the part of the project, there should be a part how it impacts the biodiversity. All this should also be done. So these are basic responsibility of central government. State government, there one specific point is biodiversity heritage sites. State government has the power to declare these sites and enhance the conservation and all these aspects. State level plans, state level strategies, policies, all these. Notify species which are on the verge of extinction and threatening. That is quite important. Go ahead. This is also very, very specific question. Factual like. So after that you can connect with some authorities. If you can at least remember 2 authorities, National Biodiversity Authority you should be remembering because it often come in news. Then what will be their functions, you connect with it. What will be their functions? How will you ensure profit sharing? Profit sharing we are saying, how will you ensure this? Don't read whatever it is there. Think, how will you ensure profit sharing is happening, some level of. How? Local people, I agree. If some XYZ traditional knowledge is there or biodiversity resource is there, extraction of it should benefit them also. That I agree. How will you implement it? One is provide them freedom to their resource, they have to market it, implement it, whatever way they want to. Second is major part is you want to prevent others from exploiting it. If companies is coming, they are making patent claim on biodiversity processes. They are conducting some research on traditional knowledge is there, traditional resources like what? Haldi, use of neem. So these are traditional knowledge based things. There are certain benefits of it. So if a company cannot be given patent for this kind of knowledge, so something related to patent should be there. After that, even after patent is blocked, there will be commercial exploitation cannot be stopped. It's not like this is traditional knowledge, you should not use this. You cannot do that. So even if a commercialization is going on, there should be some channels so that benefit should reach them also. Okay, IPR is major component. Patent, how you handle it. There should not be patent for so much aspects, and even if there is patent for limited aspect, specific criteria should be there. And foreign companies are also apply for patents, how to handle this. So this is how you implement what? Profit sharing, equitable profit sharing. So think on that lines, connect with 1-2 points, then connect with institutional structure is NBA and state level authorities, management committee is also part of it. After that there is imprisonment and penalties provision also. So this is like basic structure of the act. From here you derive the points on how it will protect the biodiversity. Okay, even this question is like so many yesterday question also. Even if you don't know exactly what it is, exact provisions of the act, still you should write it, you should attempt it. Don't withhold yourself from writing it. Think on whatever you know, whatever small knowledge you know, and build on it. Okay. Good thing is you have one part of the question very easy. If exact question is there like NCAP, what are features of NCAP? 15 marks. Then it becomes more tough. 3 page you have to fill and features only is asked. So here you can draw a map, take 1.5 nearly pages for the first part. Then you come to second part and you can play it and develop 5-7 points. Move ahead. So these are some issues with the act. This is also not required to part of this question. Traditional knowledge we are speaking, but what exactly constitutes traditional knowledge? What is the criteria for it? Whether X can be termed as traditional knowledge or not. All these specificities is not defined within the act. There is some level of, what do you say, autonomy or some level of freedom to decide what it is to the government authorities and other authorities. So this lead to some kind of loophole. What else? Foreign controlled companies. There are stringent provisions, IPR provisions we are saying. So these companies are also divided into Indian companies, Indian registered companies and foreign controlled companies. Here also foreign controlled company, there is no strict definition for this. Companies Act and all, there is no such entity as foreign controlled company. Clear definition is not there also. So that will lead to controversies. What prior approval needed or not? Some certain cases prior approval should be given. Even before applying patent, you need to get prior approval of the government. But exactly where it is applicable, again there is lack of clarity of it. What else? Processes for research, biosurvey, these applications you would really need to do something with the traditional biodiversity. You are going to hamper biodiversity. So how it is that processed? There is lack of clarity on this. Now the whole act is having two components. One is conservation, one is profit sharing. But the whole mechanism is biased towards profit sharing. We are more focused on profit sharing and we are like neglecting conservation part to other departments or other part of it. So these are some issues and these are way forward you will generate easily. Solution to this, think on that lines. Better enforcement, legal reform should be there. One major thing is there is a bill introduced in 2021, Biodiversity Amendment Bill, Act Amendment Bill. So if a bill is there, there is higher chance a question might come. This asked in earlier, but if some other bill is also regarding Environment Protection Act, if a bill is floating in the parliament or if it is referred to a committee, then do take a note of it. Go to PRS and all. They have extension, say why the bill is coming, what is the issues of existing system. All this will be government site itself, they will define it if a bill is coming. So that our work become a little easier. Okay. In conclusion, what you have written? Very generic it is. Connect it with civil organization, other part of society. Everyone should be part of conservation and preservation of traditional knowledge, biodiversity, all this. What else anyone has written SDGs or something new? Generalistic Ilika. You can connect with vision. Yeah, tell me. Integral part of daily life. Very good. More generalistic than mine. You can. I'm not questioning. Connect it with SDGs if feasible. If any government vision you can connect with, then connect with that. Move ahead. So these are like, if this question is asked, you have to work out other acts. 72 Act, 86 Act. Now there is bill regarding this is floating in 2022 in the parliament. So go and prepare why the bill is coming, what are the issues it trying to amend, what are the controversies with the bill. But limitly don't study too much of the provisions of the bill. That is, bill asking very possibility is very less. Even though draft TIA was asked, but that was very big controversial issue. This is not that much. So bill may not be asked. What you have to prepare is issues of the present system. That you have to prepare, and provisions of the bill you can prepare as way forward or suggestions, recommendations, all this. So prepare 2-3 major acts, rest will suffice. Go ahead. So we are stepping into disaster management. How you prepare disaster management? Which website? Government website, NDMA. Best thing is go to, have you referred that website? NDMA website. Go to that website. There is 4, 5, 6 disasters listed, earthquake, cyclone, landslide. Go through whatever is written. There will be data, map of India, do's, don'ts. Read all that. It's not that big, you cannot read. Do prepare first from there. Then you can value add to it whatever you want. Don't forget this. Rest, what kind of question is coming in disaster management? One thing is disasters is common disasters are asking tsunami, earthquake, not very specific, that is not related to India. That disaster is not coming. Coastal erosion. Yes. Disaster or bad environment. You can club it. So any major disaster, whichever given in NDMA, you have to prepare that. Don't lose those. Then if any big cyclone is happening, any big earthquake happened, then do special, give some attention to it. What else? There is a question, fourth question. What is fourth question? Last part of the question, what it is? National Landslide Risk Management Strategy. Which year it question came? 2021. Thing is, in 2020 or something, this strategy was released. So some government initiative is going on. Government is revising something. If a new hazard map is launched for flood, something like that from government side is happening, then take a note of it and prepare those. Mostly here also question are very direct. Then some concepts are also being asked. Can you remember some? Disaster we study from here, like cyclone, earthquake, basic thing. Some concepts are also being asked from disaster management, like vulnerability, disaster preparedness. So go through PYQs, go through some basic list. Color code, that was very specific. Exact color code was asked. You can remember red will be risk, green will be safe. Beyond that, it's quite difficult. Your written means this year. You made it in the exam hall, or you remembered it somewhere in newspaper you have seen. Okay, it was there. Good. Exactly color code was asked. It was little challenging if you cannot remember it, or you didn't notice it. You thought it will be prelims knowledge. Leave it. Then exact things came in a paper. Then it. Go ahead. So what is this question? Let's read it. Discuss about the vulnerability of India to earthquake related hazards. That is quite easy. We have addressed it. Straightforward. Give examples including the salient features of major disasters caused by earthquake in different parts of India during last 3 years. That is challenging. How it is challenging? 3 decades. Yes. And they are specifically asked examples in last 3 decades. Then it becomes challenging. If this part is not there, write about this disaster caused disaster, the question is finishing here, then it can be very easily addressed. You can think of tsunami, you can think of landslides, you can connect with some flood, dam failure. There are different dimensions to work with. Now you want exact examples, earthquake caused this, tsunami you will cite, 2004 tsunami. Beyond that, it become very challenging, and last 30 decades, who will remember it? If something recently happened, then you can connect it. Otherwise, it's very difficult. Still, you can list out the different challenges caused by earthquake and address some demand can be addressed by listing different related hazards caused by earthquake. That part you should do, even though you miss out the examples part. Whatever disaster earthquake causes, that you can generate 4-5 points very easily. Okay, and the first part is also quite very easy. India's vulnerability, you can directly get it from NDMA. Nowhere you have to rush. Drone map, how many of you drone map? Everyone drone map. You came prepared? disaster earthquake map. What will you do if you don't prepare? How is this map? What are different zones? Zone 2 to 5. Zone 2 is least risk. Zone 5 is highest risk. So it's not feasible to show all zones you have done. Still, it is quite challenging to exactly zone division. Zone 2 is here, zone 3 is here. That is become very difficult. So how you do it? At least have a zone 5 where it will come. That much sensibility you should have. Where zone 5 comes? All Himalayan borders, that will be most affected. Then some part of Gujarat, rest Andaman, if you connect with, you can include that also. Then near to 4 zone, then that Gangetic plains will come under 4 zone. Middle part will be the safest part. Somewhere like that you can make it up. Go ahead, tell me different parts of this answer. First part you will write vulnerability India. Here you can draw map, here you can cite some examples, cite some 1, 2, 3, 4.4. What else? Related disasters. Say 10 marker, right? So 5, 6 point here, 4, 5 point here. That will easily suffice, give you 10 points. Even if you miss out some examples, only 1, 2 examples you can remember, that's fine. Then way forward, if you want, you can add. After that, you can go to conclusion. Okay. Introduction, what you have done, tell me. Yes, very good. Either you can define earthquake. What is one big mistake you should avoid? You can define earthquake, that is fine. But don't go into so much geography of it. Don't make this a geography answers. Not for earthquake I am speaking, other landslide we will discuss. We will discuss other disasters also. So have a caution that don't put so much of geography gyan into it. Think from perspective of disaster, how it is impacting human beings, industry. Have that perspective in mind. So either you can simply define earthquake. If you have not remembering any exact data, define earthquake. You can define it. No standard definition, you have to by heart it. You can, some shaking is happening and this is happening due to some plate movement, you can add that, but limit it there. Beyond that, don't write. Otherwise, you can cite data also, very important, like you told nearly 68%, 58 something like that is the exact data. Nearly 60% of India is the earthquake prone areas, high risk areas. So vulnerability of India, how you address this? This is recent map. I think this is very recent, 2022 I think. Like last year I seen another map. Similar to it, the major idea what you have to take note of is Himalayan ranges, this is high risk zone. All this will be zone 5. Then we have some zone 5 here. Rest of all India you can, this will be safest part. All these lines, rest you make it up. It is not exactly important. What else? What else? How you address vulnerability? If you have some data like 10 major earthquakes happened of magnitude above 8 in last this much years, 20,000 people death happened, cite that. If you have this data, land 69, nearly 50% of the land is in high risk zone, moderate to high risk zone, cite that. What else? Then you generate points thinking on region, which region is the highest vulnerable. Highest vulnerable is entire Himalayan belt. Why? All those geography, mathematics. this plate is coming and hitting the Eurasian plate and it is still moving at what rate? 2.554, you will find different data. Anyway, the point is plate is moving ahead, so there will be displacement and earthquakes. Andaman and Nicobar is also high risk zone. There is also plate boundaries coming. Related hazards, what to think of? Tsunami, flood, landslide, avalanches, all these you can connect with earthquake. Recent risk, what is rise in risk, rise in vulnerability, recent times? Yeah, what are anthropogenic reasons? Dams are also one part of it. They are also influencing this seismic activity and all. What else? What else? Prone areas, hilly areas. Construction is not doing, population spread is increasing, population growth due to this, and construction practices are not being controlled. Risky areas में कुछ भी construct हो रहा है. Tehri, yes, yes. What are reasons? What is question? Discuss it is. Why it is vulnerable? You are addressing why part of it. Why India is vulnerable to earthquake and related hazards. You can do that. Good. Anything else? You have done something else? Go ahead. What is next part? Next is that related hazards. Whatever hazards we have written here, even if you don't know remember exact hazards, do write all these. Write something about it. You are asked to list salient features. So that is not difficult. You can write about tsunami 2 lines. You can write about avalanche, landslide, all this you can connect and write 2-3 lines. So at least this should be in your answer. Everyone done this? Tsunami example you will connect. Rest if you think you connect. Change in river course. Yes. Old one. When it happened? 19. Yeah. Brahmaputra river course change. Problem is it is beyond 3 decades. Still, go ahead. Yeah. So what are, this is one big earthquake which created so many issues. You can cite that. Gujarat earthquake of 2001. Tsunami you should cite. 2004 tsunami, that is also caused by earthquake in Indonesia. So Sumatra Islands specifically. 2.8 lakh people died. It's too huge. So these are tough points. River shifting, if you can think of, you had cited Brahmaputra. That is very nice. Otherwise you can connect with Kosi. But it's still difficult to think. At least think from river shift also happens due to this earthquake. This much chance you can remember it and put it. 2008 earthquake in Tibet, that caused shifting of river Kosi. Some bunds were there, some natural bunds were there, they were broken due to this earthquake and water flow changed and the river course changed. Landslides, Chamoli earthquake 1999, that's very specific data. You search Google, you will get it, otherwise write about landslides itself. Other related hazards like man hazards, dam failure will lead to flooding. Fukushima we discussed, Koina Dam. Fukushima is also created due to earthquake, then happened tsunami, then happened the nuclear disaster. Exactly not relevant, but you can think on that lines. If not citing Fukushima, give this also can happen. Our nuclear plants also along the coast itself. Which nuclear plant? Kudankulam, Maharashtra plants, Tarapur and all along the coast itself. Okay, at least 4-5 points should be there. Specific 1 example, 2 example if you can bring, that's be happy with that. Go ahead. So conclusion, how you have written? Earthquake, whenever any question thinking about earthquake in disaster management, think about Japan. They have every system how to manage earthquake. They have infrastructure, they have social awareness, and they have disciplined people to follow also. What? Economic incentive, they are developed, they have systems. Yes. Okay, you can cite with some citing case studies, citing one examples. We should adopt some of the approaches what Japan has done. That way you can conclude the answer. Go ahead. Last question. This is a 15 marker, right? So let's read the question. Describe various causes and effects of landslides. Very easy. It's directly asking cause effect. You will do this. Mention the important components of one specific national landslide risk management strategy. So how you have done it? Who I told yesterday, even if you don't know, I told now, even if you don't know, answer that question. So you done this? Biodiversity question. Okay. So don't leave this kind of question. What is asked? National landslide risk management strategy. What will it include? How to manage landslide. यही होगा. इसमें you include your new ideas. ड्रोन यूज करो, टेक्नोलॉजी यूज करो, मैपिंग इंप्रूव करो, प्रेडिक्शन अर्ली वार्निंग सिस्टम ब्रिंग करो, इंस्टीट्यूशनल मैकेनिज्म करो, कैपेसिटी डेवलप करो, गवर्नमेंट अवेयरनेस, इंक्लूड कम्युनिटी पार्टिसिपेशन. सो दिस 5-6 डायमेंशंस यही होगा. इवन इफ यू डोंट नो नथिंग अबाउट इट, still do write it, generate 5-6 points and come. Okay, and it was somewhere in the current affairs, so that why it was asked. So if something like that is floating in the current affairs, if government some new guidelines for earthquake, new guidelines for something other disaster, cyclone and all, do prepare it. What is cyclone best model? Odisha. Whenever cyclone conclusion, cyclone some example, Odisha should come to your mind. Like Japan for flood we discussed one country. What was it yesterday? Netherlands. Flood you are concluding the answer, write about Netherlands model. At least one. Keep it in mind and continuously cite it. What are this? So come back. What are different parts of this answer? Causes of landslide. Very easy. Effects of landslide. After that, what this is bringing into national landslide risk management strategy. Make 5 points here, make 5 here, 5 here. Few more, 166, then 15 plus points, very easy to generate. All done this? Go ahead. What to do with this part? Your drawn map here also. Very good. This is a 15 mark. You have 3 pages, so draw map, no issues. You can either draw map. What nothing is coming. Define landslide. What is it? Mass wasting due to some XYZ, and so many land, rock, soil. All this will come down due to on gravity. So mass wasting is one keyword that you can remember it and put that in. Rest make your definition around it. What else? If you exactly know some data, 15% of Indian mass is prone to landslide. How much it was for earthquake? Nearly 60%. 59, if you can remember exact. 59, otherwise nearly 60% for earthquake. So get this data. What are risk prone areas? Hilly areas. Wherever hills are there, they are risk prone. All Himalayas, Northeast, Western Ghats. These are major issue areas. Okay, why Eastern Ghats are not risky? Yes. They are low, like, what do you say? Rate of slope will be less in Eastern Ghats. Then rainfall there is comparatively very less compared to this side. At least one side of this Kerala side, that will be very much prone to landslides. Heavy rainfall is there. Yeah, 1-2 reasons you can cite. Go ahead. What else you have done? Anything? Anyone done anything new for introduction? Data. 7,000 landslides happened. 1 year 7,000 landslide is happening in India. Okay. Good. Okay, you can do that also. Himalayas and Western Ghats are more prone to landslides. You are citing in introduction. Yes, doable. Go ahead. What is this causes of, how you divide it? All done the same activity. Cite few in this. What is natural causes? I don't think so much of the explanation is required. Water saturation, heavy rainfall, snowfall, melting of snow, melting of ice, all this will contribute to water saturation in the higher regions. That will contribute to landslide. Hydrostatic pressure, what it is? How it is related to this landslide? Dams, mainly in, yes. Mainly in Uttarakhand, higher Himalayas, where there will be these hot springs, this thing is happening. Sometimes it comes with high pressure and that will create issues that can break the land and lead to landslides. Not exactly GLOF, that is also another factor. Absence of vertical vegetation, deforestation that you put there itself, erosion of top slope. These are all very generic points. Volcano, earthquake, all this can also lead to what? Landslides. Anthropogenic, what is? Deforestation, plantation farming, monoculture, monocropping, all these affects it. Unscientific infrastructure construction practices, especially in Kerala. Which committee is there? Madhavgarh committee was first, then came Kasturirangan committee. Why? From whose perspective? From environmentalist perspective, it was very good committee. So Madhavgarh committee give very strict recommendations. Then government was not happy with this. Quarrying is happening, we cannot stop all the quarrying. Then we went to Kasturirangan and they made some diluted provisions. And Kerala, when the flood happened, major flood, 2018, first one. Then it is happening every year, I guess. So when this 2018 flood happened, that was massive flood in Kerala after a long time. Whatever floods happen in Kerala is very localized. Beyond that, a major flood impacting almost huge area of the state. That happened in 2018. Like it was not in memory of people, some flood in this gravity happened before. So when this happened, there was some dialogue by this Madhav Gadgil when his recommendations were rejected. He told that whatever I am citing here is, I am not citing after 30 years you will suffer. I am citing within our lifetime we are going to get the impact of deforestation, every unscientific activities, construction activities that is going along the Western Ghats. We are going to get the impact of it within our lifetime itself. And within 5 years, these Kerala floods happen. Now it is happening almost every year. So what else? There is one thing interesting. Earthworks, altering slopes, all this you can connect with, very easy. Unscientific forestry, how forestry affects these landslides and how this, what do you call? This is natural slope, we make these structures. What is called? Terrace farming. How on forestry and terracing, all this impacts landslides? Think on these lines.
soil is kind of compact because of their roots. But
Yes, yes.
to unscientific forestry, the roots are
Roots may not be weak. We will put some plants that don't have the capacity to hold that land. Invasive species, they grow like this, but they don't have the capacity to hold the land. What is issue with this? This is the hill we had. We are usually terrace farming is very good scientific approach. You should do that, but sometimes this also lead to landslide. How? What happened when rain happened? What happened when rain happened? Usually all this drain out. Very small amount of water will be going inside and saturation capacity will be balanced. But if you are doing this, all the water will be, more water will be going inside the earth. So this will impact the capacity to hold it, saturation level cross ho jayega and it lead to what? Landslides. And this also you should be cautious. This is a very positive approach. This is a promoted approach. But it has to be done scientifically. You have to check the land, what kind of soil is there, what kind of rock is there. You have to get this, how much you have to take the length, breadth, all these dimensions. But people are not aware of it. They are just for the agricultural investment perspective, they are doing this and making some plans and clothes. So this will also lead to landslide. All other points are very generic. You might have written also. Go ahead. So what is effects of landslide? How you have divided? Tell me what is your approach? Similar to it. National impact में क्या आएगा? Natural impact. Okay. Natural systems, how it is impacting. After that, second point. Impact on society, people, infrastructure, livelihood, economy, all this. Good. What else? Tell me. क्या लिखा है? No, you tell me, thought process. You divide like this, short term, long term effects. Anything else? What you have done? Economy, different sectors you are thinking and dividing it. Stakeholders. What are stakeholders here? Similar to this line, different sectors you are thinking, stakeholders. Okay, very good. So is this happening? You are artificially trying to put some structure into thinking? Is that coming naturally or still writing randomly? Not in this question I am asking. In generally, is there any improvement? At least some question you are getting some kind of structure. Maybe not applicable in all questions. You are getting 20 questions, not possible 20 questions, you will generate points by thinking something. That may not be feasible, but at least 10 plus question you can do that. That's still good. Go ahead. This I don't think too much of discussion, also very generic points. Short term related hazards, it will also lead to tsunami if it is underwater landslide. It can also lead to flooding. It can also dam failure. All this it can be related to it. Short term impact, loss of lives, road, railways, all this will be blocked. Diversion of rivers, loss of biodiversity indeed. Long term you will write all these economic impacts, displacement, disaster migration, all these points. This also 5-6 point generation is quite very easy. Direct question. Go ahead. What else we have? This strategy, this is very interesting. National landslide risk management strategy. So what we have told, if you don't know what to write, mapping, all these dimensions we discussed now, exactly same dimension is put in the committee report or this strategy recommendations also. What it is? Landslide hazard zonation. We already have a map. Take pick if you want. Okay. So we already have a zonation map, but give it more dimensions to it. Use what is UAVs? Unmanned drone, something bigger drones. So laser scanning, satellite imaging, all this you do that, and better maps you create, localized map like for a village level. To that extent you create something like that. Better hazard zonation, landslide monitoring and early warning system. How it does? Automatic real-time sensors, at least in the high risk zone, attach some sensors so something can be done. After that, awareness program. People should be aware, otherwise whom you want? People should be given awareness, training, all these. Capacity building, government officials should be trained, technology should be integrated into it. Preparation of mountain regulation zone, these are like long-term suggestions. You should have some mitigation of landslides plans, you should have some construction regulation, you should have some regulation of all these activities like quarrying, all these economic activities that is going on this risky zone, you should have some policies for that. Okay, this part how to address, if you know specific, you are going and studying, then you will easily do. Otherwise also address this part of the question, never leave. Write the basic sense what you are thinking, connect it with recent happenings, new technologies, then write a decently address the demand. Okay, go ahead. So conclusion, this is another way of conclusion. If something is in the news, if some new Sendai framework is very old, you can connect with this anytime. Like SDGs in environment question, you can connect with Sendai framework in disaster question anytime. If something new is coming into in the newspaper, you can connect with or remember, then cite that also. Kyoto landslide commitment. No need to exactly know, study all these commitments. If it is very relevant, then study. Otherwise, just the name, use it in the conclusion, use it in the way forward. Like that, you can explore it. Okay, go ahead. So that's all for today. So next class we will have on Monday. Monday we will do the same 4 questions. So come prepare these topics and game. One question I left that you have to, even if you don't know, you have to write something like that, you write. Otherwise come these 3 prepared. Okay, that will be last class for this disaster management. Hardly 1 or 2 questions are coming from per year from this section. So no need to devote too much classes into it. So that's all. Hope everything is okay. You can show the answer. Thank you so much. So good evening everyone. Today we have last class for disaster management. We have done 3 class for biodiversity, environment, climate change, all this. Half class we did some part of disaster management in last class, and this will be final one. How was test? Specific in nature. Last question, Sendai framework, like question was also very typical. So why that question came? It is which year? 2018. There was one policy, disaster management policy released during that time. So that policy was adapted from Sendai framework, all these. So many recommendations were taken from it. So that's why it was in context of news, that's why it came that year. You don't remember specifics of that, that's perfectly fine. What about other question? First 2? You're done. You're written, Satish? Okay, देखते हैं. Go ahead. Any other difficulty you are facing? सब सही है. All our basic formats you are following. Division of the answer, space allocation, some kind of structure is coming. Points are generating, some kind of framework it is coming. Good, good. So this is first question. Let's go through the question first. Vulnerability is an essential element for defining disaster impacts and its threat to people. So we have a statement given. How, here it is question starting. How and in what ways can vulnerability to disaster be characterized? Okay. Discuss different types of vulnerability with reference to disasters. How much mark? 15 marks. 10 marks. Okay. How and what ways? There you are facing difficulty. What else? Similar content you are repeating issue. How to address this? Tell me, we'll go with the flow. Tell me different parts of the answer. How many parts you divided this? 3 parts. Which are? Introduction, leave introduction. Which are major parts you divided? 2 parts. How? What ways? Vulnerability of disaster, right? This will be first big major part of your answer. What else? Types of vulnerability. What you did in introduction? You written about statement. What is statement? Idea? So how you substantiated the statement? You given some data. 85% of India is vulnerable to some kind of major disasters. What else? Anyone given definition? You given definition. So what is vulnerability? XYZ of a place or a region or community, society, people that make them susceptible to some kind of disasters. Good. How you address this part? Tell me. What is exactly asked? Vulnerability of a disaster. How you address that? What is exactly vulnerability of a disaster? Think from an example perspective. Is the question asking you factors of vulnerability? You are giving me, if suppose some people are living in ring of fire region, they are more vulnerable to earthquakes, volcanics compared to other factors. This is like geographical reason or what else? Basically what you are trying to say is, you are trying to give factors which add to vulnerability. Then what you will write here? What exactly is vulnerability? Give think from example perspective. Suppose take 2004 tsunami. Very common example, everyone know. Why it happened? Because of earthquake. Where the earthquake happened? Somewhere in Indonesia. Now, suppose tsunami didn't happen. Then what is the vulnerability of this earthquake, this disaster? How many people died in this? Something 2.8, nearly 3 lakh people died here. It's become a very big vulnerable disaster, very high risk disaster. Now how we reach that conclusion it is a very high disaster? How much it impacted? You are asked to say how you characterize vulnerability. You are not asked in the question what are factors of vulnerability. Give little bit more focus. How we define this was a very major vulnerable disaster, very big disaster. How? because it impacted directly taken life of 3 lakh people. Now what is other reason? Suppose earthquake happened, only earthquake happened, tsunami doesn't happen, then what? Impact will be much less. So if there is an related another related disaster associated with it, the scope for vulnerability again increases. What other aspects you can think of? Think of another disaster. Think how it is, how you characterize this is a very big disaster. Odisha 1999 cyclone. What happened there? People were not aware. There was no system to evacuate people, to understand the pathway of the cyclone. No prediction, early prediction system, everything was not advanced. So all this resulted in how much deaths? More than 10,000. More than 10,000 people died. This was a super cyclone. What is super cyclone? Something like 221 km/h speed is going above that, we call it super cyclone. Does any super cyclone happened again in Odisha? In 2019 we had 16 also. Fani, cyclone Fani was there. How much people died? There was some, I guess, some reports are saying less than 100 anyway. 10,000 to less than 100, same intensity cyclone. Now what make this highly vulnerable and this not? What? Level of preparedness. When this happened, the government was prepared, the systems were made, the people were made aware, evacuation facilities were developed. So many options were available. So we can starkly reduce the casualties. Now think of another disaster. COVID. Obviously COVID is a big aspect. Think why it is so big. Anyway, a number of people impacted, we already made a point. Think of other aspects. You're getting? What is asked is how you characterize the vulnerability. Affecting basic amenities. Lockdown, one of the option is lockdown. So all economic systems are being closed. Getting? So instead of thinking on factors, simply thinking factors which are underlying the vulnerability, what makes the vulnerability, like geographical factors, social factors, think a little bit more, give a little bit more attention to the question. What exactly makes this disaster big vulnerable? Suppose an earthquake, we have given some example, I guess. Some earthquake happened in northern Himalayas, Uttarakhand or Himachal, impact will be still less compared to if it happened in Delhi or some other metro city. So where it happened, how many people it impacts, what correlated disasters it can bring. Second part of the question. First statement. Now in different types of vulnerability, how you address this? Different types with reference to disasters. There you can go with social, whatever elements we were discussing. It's okay to go in the first part also like this. I am not saying that it is completely a wrong approach, but give a little bit more attention to the question. All today's question, we have to be little bit more patient. You need to be little bit more innovative. So, like 2 questions we did on this disaster management. One was earthquake question, other one was landslide question. They were pretty direct question. You don't need, you have read the data, you have the knowledge base applied, we have a framework. Here all the question, there is little bit more you need to be little bit more focused, read the question correctly, don't miss what is exactly asked. Secondly, be little bit more innovative. Suppose 15-mark question, only one question is asked. We'll see third question, I guess. Second question. One just question is there and we need to fill 3 pages. So you need to go little bit more what we can do. Go ahead. Introduction, what you have done? You can go with the statement, you can support the statement, you can go with the in defining what is vulnerability also. That is exactly what we are told. Something, any elements which make the system or people or society, community, geography susceptible to the damaging effects of a disaster, then that is vulnerable. People in plains are more vulnerable to floods. Assam plains people are more vulnerable to floods compared to somebody who is in the hills of the northeast. What is this? This is why go a little ahead. We haven't discussed such kind of a diagrams. When a disaster become high risk disaster, when there is hazard, natural hazard, something is happening or man-made itself, okay. Plus there is high vulnerability also. 1999 cyclone become issue. There was a big hazard, plus whole the system made the society vulnerable to all cyclone. So draw this kind of one diagram. Otherwise, simple Venn diagram will also work. Take quick if you want. Concept is same what we have discussed. There is nothing new in this. Go ahead. So first part of the question, characterization of disaster vulnerability. So same what we have discussed now, we are doing it. Number of people affected or potentially it can affect. Earthquake in Delhi can affect huge number of people compared to earthquake in some other areas, remote states. Related hazards. Nuclear Fukushima, that is also starting from some earthquake, then leading to tsunami, then leading to nuclear hazard. Infrastructure threat. How much road is destroyed, railways is destroyed. All these show the intensity of whatever happened. If nothing happened, even though a 10-point earthquake happened and no tsunami, no nothing, then it's still fine. Only when these elements are being added to it, then this becomes a very big hazard. Level of preparedness, we see in this, we discussed this Odisha case. Magnitude of economic loss, that's why COVID is such a big issue. Goes much beyond, like pandemic, throughout the world economic crisis it led to. You can generate more points. You can return something, tell me. Or you can think of. Anything else you want to add on? Social aspects. Women are more vulnerable. In pandemic, what we call this? Shadow pandemic. How women are more vulnerable? How women are more vulnerable? They are part of care economy. What is problem with care economy? So exposure was high, like nurse. Double burden. What else? Violence increased, domestic violence against women increased. What else? Loss of education. Boys were given mobile if one mobile is available in the home. Yeah, all this. You can add that aspect also, social aspect. Go ahead. Any other way of thinking? Any other approach to this question? One approach you told, directly dividing it in factors. Any other? different disasters. Tsunami, earthquake, landslide, you will go like this. Okay. But it should reflect similar ideas. Should not be totally different, should not go in another direction. Go ahead. So what is next part? Different types of vulnerabilities. This is quite direct. This I think everyone right 5-6 points likha hoga. What are different aspects? Geographical vulnerability, as what we discussed right now. Ring of fires. It will add to geographical vulnerability in that area. Environmental, climate change is happening, sea level is increasing. All these coastal cities, Mumbai, Chennai, all these are under risk of submergence. Physical vulnerability, infrastructure, wrong methods of construction, unscientific management of earth. Economic vulnerability, like this example is there, but pandemic happened. Those who have access to health insurance, those who have this coverage, economically options are available, they are least impacted. Who are impacted is these migrant workers who don't have the economic capabilities. Nepal earthquake, they did in like 1999 cyclone, they didn't have the capacity to. Social vulnerability, like 30 million people were in 1 year pushed back to poverty in India. Institutional vulnerability. Example, tell me one example, institutional vulnerability during COVID. Which act we were using? Disaster Management Act was using. Epidemics Act was under use. Section 144, that was also being used. So multiple agencies, multiple people are involved. One single mechanism to handle this kind of pandemic of this scale, that was not still available. Attitudinal issues, connect with radicalization, we discussed insecurity, connect with some kind of wrong attitude plus some kind of social situation like joblessness. All these lead people to radical ideas like ISIS. Which state highest number of ISIS? Go ahead. So conclusion, what you have written? Something you have vision of the connect. Go and read this. Prime Minister's 10-point agenda for disaster risk reduction. This is very direct example. You can connect in a way forward. You can connect with the vision of the country in disaster management answers. Getting? Beyond that, Sendai framework we will come in the question. Where will you use it? It's very hard a direct question come from that aspect. But still where you can use it is in conclusion. Something like SDGs we have done. Instead of simply quoting Sendai framework, make a half-page note of it. Something more specificity you can bring in the conclusion itself, that's an add-on. Otherwise, Sendai framework is such a common thing, everyone will cite it anyway. Go ahead. So we have second question. Disaster preparedness is the first step in any disaster management process. Same like the previous question. We have a statement. After that question is starting. Explain how hazard zonation mapping will help disaster mitigation in the case of landslides. Statement is something else and question is totally something else. And the difficulty is, this is 15 marks. Only one question is there and very 15 marks. So how to address these all issues? Introduction? You made introduction 1 page. Statement, you're going with the statement. What else? Tell me parts first. You are starting something with disaster preparedness. definition, and you will write something more also because there is scope. What diagram you have drawn? Okay, Venn diagram, some kind of, you have drawn something like this. Different kind of steps you have shown. What else? You are writing out disaster preparedness, importance of that, how it is the first step, going with substantiating the statement. All this we say, suppose it is a part of introduction itself. What else? What is the next major part? This problem is you written all these aspects. After that, what you do? Directly jump into hazard mapping. How you address this issue? Like we are writing something totally different thing. After that, next part of the question is what? Hazard zonation for landslides. So there is, how you address this? Tell me. What you have written? Directly wrote the next heading and started the answer. One thing you can do is you can still go with defining what is this hazard zonation. Like if you are writing this one page itself, then you don't have much scope to do this. Thing is, if you are not a half page, our standard format you are following, you are making this within the half page itself, and the question is also only one part we have to answer. So there is a scope for writing what is hazard zonation and what is it. Divide the area, make a map. This is high risk zone, this is low risk zone. So we have a clear idea where the risk can happen, all this. So making that exercise is hazard zonation. What next? You can write this more specific to landslide. Don't need to write everything, any other aspect, because question is also only regarding landslide only. What next? How will it help disaster mitigation? How this thing helps disaster mitigation? How you generated points for this? Pre-disaster, during disaster, and post-disaster. Very good. Before disaster, during, and after disaster. Something like that you divided. What else? You are saying how the map, having a hazard zonation map, will help individual. What is the argument? Let me speak it once, because this sound doesn't come here. So what he is saying is, he divided the answer on the basis of stakeholders, like individuals, institutions, maybe local bodies, state government, national government, regional government organizations. So on these different aspects, you divided the answer. Now tell me what is the arguments for this, how it is helping individual? He can be prepared. He can take some cautionary steps. What about next? Institutions? Different kind of forces can be converged and we can have a better impact. What else? Good. What, any other approach what you have done? Similar, you have been written. Go ahead. Then we will have a conclusion. So here is 15 marks, 3 page. That is little bit challenge. So you have liberty of writing this till half page or little more than that. Then you have liberty of writing about hazardation. You can even draw a India map, not drawing map. Yeah. Which question? This is right. Yeah. You can have the liberty of even drawing a India map in this. Why we have all this liberty? This is something like against what we were talking. We were talking all this day, write exactly what is asked. But here the question is only one, and you cannot give three parts, whole 3 pages to it. So play around. Okay. Still major 2 part of the answer should be what is asked itself. Go ahead. So introduction, what is it? Disaster preparedness, all this being defined. Or you can go with something like this. India disaster preparedness paradigm is changing. Where it is changing? Disaster recovery to risk management. What is recovery? In next question also similar thing is. Like what it is? Term? Reactionary approach. Reactive approach to something like proactive. What does it mean? Reactive to proactive. What does it mean? What is the difference? What is reactive approach to disaster management and what is proactive approach to disaster management? In reactive, you deal with impact. Once a disaster happened, what is your objective? Minimize the damage. Damage control measures, that is a major part of this. And what is in proactive? Even stopping the disaster, take measures so that even the disaster will not happen, or take more measures so that even before the disaster we are being prepared. Early on we are doing preparation. How you can best define this? We'll see through the life cycle diagram of disaster management. That is something very specific to disaster management and you should learn it. Not in this question, everywhere, somewhere you can draw in the paper directly the diagram cycle, or you can generate point on this regard itself. Like you are generating point on before disaster, after disaster, during disaster. That is also obviously correct. Same process, little bit technical if you inculcate the life cycle disaster management cycle diagram into it. Go ahead. So here what is landslide zonation, we are discussing it. What is it? We'll club different data points, like how is this data point? We'll take what is the kind of soil there. Black soil is there, it will have different kind of characteristics compared to laterite soil in Kerala. Land use pattern, what kind of vegetation is there. If June cultivation is there, then hazard may be high. If monoculture like plantation cropping is gone, then different kind of challenges. Rainfall, how it is impacting. Drainage capacity of the area. Slope aspect, how is the slope. So all these different aspects we consider, then we make a single map like this. Here by just looking, we are not having any idea of rainfall or anything. By simply looking at the color, we can say these are very high risk areas. These are high risk areas. Here there are some risk. And these are like little safer areas compared to landslide. Why these are very high risk areas? Earthquakes is there, basically hilly areas are there. Why these areas less susceptible to this? Southwest monsoon come here, intensity of rainfall is very high in western parts of the Western Ghats. Coastal areas? Encroachment of people, coastal areas and hilly areas, all this. That can happen here also, right? It's not specific to Western Ghats. Encroachment can happen in Eastern Ghats also. But Western Ghats is more vulnerable. Why? Because rainfall is one major reason. Then the steep is also very high from this western side compared to the Eastern Ghats. So multiple reason, this become, thing is this making this kind of a map is called landslide zone, hazard zonation. Go ahead. Here you should be little bit more innovative. Make a diagram of India map, even though it's not fully into what is asked. Make something like this. If you draw, that really stands out. Even not like writing comma, comma, comma. Just make something like this. Go ahead. So next part we have, this is the diagram which you should learn for this disaster management. You will get somewhere to draw it anyway. What you have to do is, what is it actually? Framework, like something disaster. Suppose a disaster happened here. First step what comes is response. Take 1, 2, 3 points. Response में क्या आएगा? Search and rescue, humanitarian aid. After that, recovery. Recovery means building back whatever is lost. If home is lost, build back. If people are displaced, then bring them back. Rehabilitation, damage assessment, reconstruction, all these come in recovery stage. After that, mitigation. Mitigation means yes, something like this climate change we discussed. Mitigation versus adaptation. What is mitigation? No, adaptation is we are accepting climate change. Even climate change we are trying to minimize. 1.5, within 1.5 is our target, like global warming should be. We are trying to even minimize the climate change. So here mitigation means we are minimizing the hazard itself. Suppose no hazard happens, even to that level we are trying to minimize. How it does? Like kind of zonation we do, like kind of studies we do, infrastructure development we do, risk analysis, risk appraisal, land use planning we may change, something like that. Then preparedness, capacity building, training, NDRF, different forces which you are saying, emergency planning, surveillance system, early warning system, all this we will do. So this is something like even a little better approach compared to during disaster, after disaster. That same thing we are doing here itself, but it gives more specificity. And if you can a little bit think on these lines which are blue outside written, then it becomes very easy to generate points. 2-3 points you can generate from each part, it's more than 10 points. That will suffice the demand of the question. Go ahead. So we are doing with this question, what is asked? How this hazard zonation help disaster mitigation, especially in the case of landslide. So in response, how it helps? Response means what? Suppose landslide happened, you have to go. Landslide happened, then what you have to do? What is the response? Rescue. Some house will be down within the rock, debris will be all over the place. So take the rescue operation. If you have a map, what is advantage? You know the geography. You know where there is a scope for next disaster also. So search and rescue can be more efficient if you already have a detailed characteristics of the location. What else in recovery? Rehabilitation. And if you are rehabilitating people to the same place, to same vulnerable region, you are rehabilitating again, then that's a mess up. And how you know if this is a high risk zone area? To some kind of this hazard zonation. What else? Reconstruction. Same for applicable for infrastructure. You need to build infrastructure that can either withstand this kind of to some extent, or at least not making the area more vulnerable to disasters like this. We discussed on this Kerala floods, Kasturirangan report, So what is the issue there? Unscientific construction practices is making these floods much more vulnerable. And that was discussed by Madhav committee. Very stringent recommendations was given, and government was not happy. They created the next committee, Kasturirangan committee. All those mitigation. Tell me one few examples. What is mitigation? Avoiding the disaster. How you can avoid it? Landslide. Avoid the risky zones. What else? Standards define karo. You should keep these kind of standards if you are making. Your what we say, base of the construction should be XYZ strong to withstand to some extent, or do some afforestation. Forestation to a great extent can check landslide. Drainage system design karo. So do something so that the landslide itself doesn't happen. Preparedness you will write capacity building. You need dedicated force, at least in the high risk zone. You need specially trained forces, and that should be reach these remote areas. Usually it happens in very remote places, so they reach there within that small period of time. And the rescue, what is difficulty in search and rescue during a landslide? Communication will be broken. What else? Usually why this landslide happen? Due to heavy rainfall, most cases. And even after the landfall, rainfall will be still going on. And within that rainfall, maybe flooding will be also happening. Within all this, you have few hours only if you want to do anything there. So that's all add to the challenges of. Go ahead. We are developing, this is what is GSI? Geological Survey of India. They are developing some kind of early warning system for landslides. How it will be done? Some kind of automatic sensors they are putting so they can predict it. So sensors, these kind of things, drones, that will also assist. Go ahead. So conclusion, what you will write? This strategy, there was one question last time, yesterday's question, right? So use that content as conclusion here. In a way forward, use that as conclusion something. Most of the question you might not get exactly replication in the paper, but try to use that data in somewhere else also. Go ahead. So we have third question. Discuss the recent measures initiated in disaster management by the government of India, departing from earlier reactive approach. Here also, what is the challenge? Straightforward, one question and 15 marks it is. So you need some content. So how to work out? Tell me how you address this. You written about earlier this was government strategy. Now we are changing from reactive. First you write about what is reactive approach. Now government is changing to some kind of proactive and all this approach. After that you come to the question, what are government measures? What else? Anything to contribute? Tell me, what is the different parts? Recent measures, only if you discuss, there is one part of it. Departing from earlier, if question is finishing here, then nothing you can do. You have to write that and come back. But since we have an extension to it, we are departing from reactive approach. So you have, like she told, you have some flexibility to play with. You can start with writing about reactive approach to disaster management. What is reactive approach? Like same as what we discussed later. There will be only damage control measures after the disaster. No other mitigation, no preparedness, that will be lacking. So what is reactive? What are issues associated with this? But keep all this limited, not make it like major part of your answer. Then you come with government is, due to these issues, government is now becoming proactive. Now what are the measures taken under this? 7 measures. Then you can write a conclusion and finish it. major part should be this itself. This whole should be 1 page. Don't make it 1.5 page or half of your answer. That doesn't do justice to what is asked. This is only for our flexibility we are adding this. If you have lack of time, if you are writing this as last answer or something, then only write what is the steps and leave it as it is. Even if you have lack of time here also, I told you to keep time check. If you are having lack of time in some question, forget the introduction, forget the conclusion, just answer what is addressed. In 2 minutes you have to write one answer, still answer it. Don't write intro, but answer exactly what is asked, 5 points, make it and finish it there. Or in geography, disaster management question, if some vulnerability is directly asked, like vulnerability of hazard, landslide or earthquake, then make a map and show the vulnerabilities. So it will take space also, it will take some less time also. Go ahead. So this is what we have done, the framework for this question. So what we have written in introduction? India's traditional reactive approach, that is changing from same statement what you have used there. Example? We have this cyclone warning system, tsunami warning system. In 2004, there was no tsunami warning system in this region. Today we have all system established. In COIS, yes, correct. We have discussed, we have put somewhere in example this also. Go ahead. What else? Limitations of reactive approach. Here also you can show the diagram. You can make the life cycle diagram. You can show that this part only is reactive approach. This whole part will be, we call it as proactive approach. There is still scope for making some innovative diagram here also. So what is limitations? Only after a significant damage happened, then the disaster management activity is starting. So there will be loss of life will be inevitable. Only after a considerable loss of life, your disaster management is starting. Like this cyclone. There was no disaster management efforts, no mitigation. That's why we reached the count of death 10,000. One size fit all approach. There is no local adaptation. There is no zonation mapping with local level. Timely information. There will be zonation. All will come when there is need for mitigation. When we need for understanding the disaster. Early warning system. All these systems will come when the policy is looking at the mitigation. If the policy itself is doesn't looking at the mitigation, they are not allocating fund for it. Whole fund is for this crisis response. Then there is no information available, no map available, nothing. Knowledge base will be available for any reaction. What else? If there is no NDRF we have today, that also came in when NDRF came. It is made under Disaster Management Act. When that act came? 2005. So in 2000s. So before that, who is handling? Ad hoc basis, sometimes paramilitary forces, army was handling, and most of the time first response will be done by police itself. So all these other organizations are getting burdened. There is no one set of standard SOP for addressing larger, bigger scale disasters. Poor level of technology integration, like so much opportunities. How this cyclone is being predicted, satellite imagery. How this, even tsunami, everything is satellite, using satellite sensors, all this. Take pick. Go ahead. What is next? We are writing something about proactive approach. So you can give some diagram. This is proactive approach. It will take into consideration all these aspects. There will be mitigation, there will be preparedness, there will be response and rehabilitation, recovery, all this will be anywhere there. The whole complete holistic take and all integrated into one aspect, then we call it as proactive strategy. Make. But you can make two diagrams. Problem is it should not affect the core part of the answer. Like suppose this kind of a question where there is only one core part. So even if you make 2 diagram, you can still answer this part decently. Some question there is 3 question, different question is there. There you go and make 3, do diagrams, then maybe space issue will come. So there you have to be little smart. These kind of questions give you flexibility to add more diagrams, be more innovative, be one extra part, which we usually in all this discussion we haven't told to write you anything new. Only here we are coming these challenges. So this should be done only in small number of question also. In 20 question you are writing 2-3 question, you can make little extra parts also. But rest, all our funda which we are discussing, only exactly what is asked we are answering. Nothing knowledge extra base we are providing. And space allocation should be, core part should occupy 1.5 page if 2 page answer you are writing. Otherwise 2.5 page around if 3 page answer you are making. Go ahead. Take. So this is recent initiatives. Recent means this is like kept holistically. How will you generate points for this? Think from these aspects, legal aspects, institutional aspects. We have done this for some other part also. Legal, institutional, which part it is? IR, security maybe. Security, terrorism response, legal aspects, institutional aspects. After that, think of other stakeholders, how they are creating an impact. So what is legal aspect to disaster management? Disaster Management Act. Go and check if there is a bill. If there is an amendment bill to this act. We had pandemic, we reached a situation where certain kind of disaster cannot be handled within the ambits of the act. So is there any bill in the parliament pending? So if there is a bill side that also, then it becomes a recent. Otherwise it's 20-year-old act. Capacity building and DRF we created. We are specialist forces in local areas also creating by clubbing the army men in the local area, other civilian society. Disaster Management Finance Commission, extra funding is being provided. And how is this fund, Disaster Management Fund, how is the allocation? Center state allocation. All allocation is biased to a center. Center will give for 75% to normal state, around 90% to hilly states. So center is like providing more fund to disaster management. Policy prioritization is happening for all these disaster aspects. Disaster prevention is getting more importance. Now think on these aspects. Earlier there were only reactive. So main focus will be search and rescue team ko develop karo, give them training. Now it is going beyond to prevention of disaster. Assessment is doing, special data infrastructure is being made for whole country. Sensitive, eco-sensitive zones, we had discussed it somewhere. Western Ghats areas we had discussed. Some recent activities is going on regarding it. Some Supreme Court judgment recently came. What is eco-sensitive zone? We have this protected forest, reserve forest, national park, all this. Now protected forest means what? There will be some kind of restrictions, some kind of ecosystem we need to protect. Now the area just near to it, that it will be always fragile zone. If you let the polluting industry to be part of that area, that pollution obviously will reach that national park and we will have issues. So in order to protect that, we have this eco-sensitive zone. This is the national park or protected forest. This zone will be eco-sensitive zone. And what is provision for this? It can range up to 20 kilometers, something like that. Now what is controversy? Recently a Supreme Court judgment came, I think in June, July, something like that. The judgment was every protected forest, this is not compulsory to give this eco-sensitive zone. So every protected zone should have at least 1 kilometer this eco-sensitive zone. minimum 1 kilometer. 20 is something like maximum limit. 1 kilometer at least should be eco-sensitive zone. Something like judgment Supreme Court came. Now what is issue when an area is become eco-sensitive zone? There will be restrictions on what kind of economic activity there can be going on. Which activity mostly impacted? There were protests from Kerala, like Nilgiri areas, Western Ghats areas. They were protest against this judgment and all implementation in different states. So what is the issue? Quarrying will be affected. Quarrying, mining, all this industry will be affected. They are like prohibited industries in these zones. Bottom-up approach we are bringing up. If rescue is there, only top management will decide, and in this whole disaster plan should come from below level. Like in zonation mapping will only become purposeful when it is designed at the local level. Early warning system, enquiries, same topics. Mitigation efforts, give some examples. Land use pattern changing, give some examples. Global initiative, CDRI is being formed. EA is little old one, not the recent initiative. 1994 we discussed something. 1994 it is going EA. But there have been draft EIA, there are some amendments trying to be striked. You can do that. But be little, don't make it the first point. You can still use that, it's not totally heavy. Okay. Anything to add? Obviously. Government measures you are writing from different disaster perspective. Like tsunami, we have this early warning system installed. For earthquake, we are doing something. Okay. Every सभी में ये की point लिखेगा early warning system develop कर. Little bit cautious, but approach is okay. You can do that. I said don't make one approach your template. Juggle with it. We itself have so many approaches, right? 7-8 approaches we discussed that list and all. So don't make like you are following a formula and generating points. Play around. Disaster management do instead of before, after and during. That is very good, right kind of thinking. Do this cycle approach, mitigation, preparedness, reaction, all this. Go ahead. So conclusion, you will manage yourself. Multi-stakeholder, something like grassroots level participation increase karo. Last question, what to do? This is a very specific question. I think most of you find difficulty in addressing this. Question difficulty है कि exactly after and before decisions was asked. So how you address this? Suppose you don't know much about anything. How you address it? Sendai framework you will know. At least targets you will not be able to remember, but you will anyway know what it is, what is the basic idea you will know. So how to address this question? Suppose with very little amount of knowledge. Very good, very good. In last question, we also discussed some measures, legal measures. When this disaster management came, 2005. So keep those there. Anything recent activities like landslide early warning system that is being developed. Then the one landslide strategy that came in 2019. So you can remember something that happened in recent times. Then something 2-3 points you can think of that in that direction. But keep an idea flow. Earlier we were reactive policy we were following. No holistic approach was there, one size fit approach was there. Now we are shifting more towards proactive approach. We are like giving more space to this disaster management. Earlier in energy policy we discussed India's energy policy, how it is changing over decades. Disaster management is also something very similar. Earlier we were not even cared about it. Now every finance commission, that is becoming a major part. Every development agenda, disaster management is also becoming a part. Like ISS, CDRI is coming. So bring all these aspects together, you still can do justice to this question even if your knowledge level is limited. So tell me parts of this question. I will not discuss too much specifics into this question. It was asked because of certain happenings during that period, 2018. Tell me different parts. You can start with introduction with Sendai framework. What is it? What is the idea of it? Something like that. Targets, if you can remember, cite 1 or 2 targets. What else? Policies. Is it policies asked? Measures. Whatever is asked, keep that name only. Don't put your own innovation into it. Measures before, after. After that, difference between Sendai and Hopo. Here also you can guesswork something and make some points. Beyond that, we will not learn this because it's already very old and scope of a repetition question is very less. Then you will conclude, you can include a way forward, it's a 15 markers. So if you want to add something more to it, you can include a way forward also. Go ahead. So introduction, what you have done? Writing something about Sendai framework. What is it? What is the idea? Disaster risk reduction, setting some standards, setting some very specific targets. What SDGs did? SDGs. How many targets are there? 17 SDGs are there. Targets are very high, 169, something like that. By 2030, we have to achieve. So similarly, Sendai framework is also putting forward 7 different targets. This we need to achieve by 2030 itself. So if you can remember this, then cite 1 or 2. Otherwise, idea you will anyway remember what is Sendai framework. So paraphrase it. Go ahead. Okay. So here we have done the same activity. We are not going to picking exactly same things which at 1 or 2 like minor things that happened before after. That's already over and it's not really adding value to the discussion. Next exam you are going to write, that doesn't help. So here what we done is we are assuming that what we done for the last question, that much knowledge base you have. What government is doing recently, what is the legal structure for this disaster management activity. So that much you have, then juggle with 2005 Act. That will be earlier framework. It will capacity building and DRF. It is formed in 2005. What else? Economic sensitive zone. This also coming in 1990s and all. Preparedness, bottom up approach, something like that. Club with this Madhav Gadgil committee. What was the year it was formed? It is also in 2010s, before 2015, 2012, something like that. So same example. Why this is here? It should be there. CDRI. So here some disaster management plan 2016 came up. That was one context for this question. So if that was in news today, you are not that much aware of it, that's okay. So that was in news that time, so you might have a few more ideas. Then after that, you have the similar points, exactly same as what you have done in the last question. Now these are like major changes we can see over the years. We are going from more prioritization is getting for disaster management in development agenda. We are having a clear set of targets. Role of local bodies is increasing. synchronization with SDGs and climate change targets, other targets we have, proactive framework, which already talking all day. So what is difference between these? You want to pick? What is the difference between these two? Very similar differences. What are the major changes we have seen? Similarly, there will be, like, there was no exact targets in HOCO. Here we are keeping a targets to achieve by 2030. Similarly, other aspects. So much discussion, you can pause the video and note down it. Otherwise, it's not going, not some question which we add value to it. Only learn about Sendai framework that you can juggle with, use it. Look for some diagrams of Sendai framework that will add value to whatever answer writing you can do. Yes. This came because that was in news, that was in talks. Otherwise, the 20-year back act, exactly that act, what was it, that doesn't ask, usually. So, if it is coming that year, that may be in news, so you maybe have more points than you are thinking today. It's 4 years ahead, so you have difference. Go ahead. Conclusion, you will manage resilience, CADRI, something like that you can follow up with. So that is end of disaster management also. Two kind of question you see in disaster management. Something question particular to some disaster like earthquake, landslide, tsunami, cyclone. That where you study from NDMA website, go to that. There are list of 5-6 natural disasters, some man-made disasters. Go and learn that perfectly. Beyond that, if some disaster is in news, some major disaster is in news, like Vizag gas leak tragedy happened, that is a man-made disaster. So if something like that is in news, then go and learn what is the legal framework for that, what is the institutional framework for that. Like in Vizag accident, that company was not having the XYZ clearances. It was working without clearances, it was working without papers. And no, it was working for 20 years something without any clearances. So learn about it, what is the issue. Big some can come. Road accidents are something, it can come. But don't give so much attention to it. Don't make it 2-page note of it. Make a half-page note, keep some data. Okay, how much people are dying? 1.5 lakh people around are dying on roads per year. What measures we need? Motor Vehicle Act, something like that recently passed 2 years back, right? Stringent provisions. We need more provisions. So add something to it. Keep some solid content, but don't go too much into it. What else? Then there are some other questions. One is specific type of disaster. These questions, 3 aspects are coming. Either the disaster is in news, or that will be very basic disaster which is given in the NDMA website, or government some policy has been released, like in landslide, national strategy has been released, then there is high chance of asking. Other question is this kind of concept. Disaster preparedness, what is it? Disaster vulnerability, what is aspects of it? In these kind of question, have some conceptual clarity. Then the same example, same whatever you are doing, that is to be used. There you need to be little bit innovative, little bit more focused. And the other kind of questions are very direct. You know the data, just replicate. Here maybe you don't know the exact things, but still with the existing knowledge you can do justice to these kind of questions. Okay? Anything else? Anything else to ask? Conceptual. India's response is how it is changing. Proactive, reactive, all these aspects. Okay, so that's all. Thank you so much. From tomorrow we have society, not geography. Society is being scheduled for this week. Rajesh sir will come and we'll have society discussion. Keep a tab on that Telegram group. schedule and some keywords list all will be published by tonight or tomorrow. Okay, thank you.